Get this started. Welcome back to session 13, episode 13, The Adventurer's Struggle, part 2. We finally return once more. We are down a Ned who is going to be off doing his own little side mission. So during session, while the rest of the party goes about their business, Sen has also, as in between sessions, will be noted to have been leaving the party, so he will not be joining us either today. So we are just with the core of the party with Domnander, Kaznanok, and Eider. Last time we left off, the party managed to find out quite a good bit of information, most startling of sorts, and what really truly stuck, I think, with all of the players was a 2 billion gold bounty on the head Eider. For the supposed uncle or father figure that had fallen afoul of some creditors of some sort. While this information was found out and told, many of the wizards and locals seemed to notice this about the part, or notice Eider and started kind of commenting on it as rumors started to spread amongst the city. Though, at the same time, Kez would find himself oming the entire time with a child as he sat outside, allowing for Ned to go within the little druid grove inside the city of Velcomen and manage to learn a little bit about the plants and such of the area. As the party would continue after finding out the large bounty, they would find themselves kind of falling back and gathering together to manage to hide Eider, avoiding any unwanted eyes, allowing Eider to hopefully go unattacked. Though the only thing at that time seeming to help is that his identity had not yet spread for what he looked like, as many of the giants who had commented that walked by didn't seem to even notice him. As that happened, the party would manage to decide to take up their quest to continue their hunt against the White Wolf, a supposed smaller than average and faster than average winter wolf that had been stealing food from travelers, but had not yet harmed anyone. There was, of course, a quest out, a wanted poster for Dead or Alive to capture them. Unfortunately, as the party decided, mostly Domnander, Ned, and Kesnanok, that as they found this suspicious individual in the tavern that they'd come across in the middle of nowhere, that he was better off dead than being taken alive, as the party would, after trying to negotiate, basically jump him, throwing him into a sack, and trying to beat him and stab him to death. Which, in the end, Kazanok managed with his silver sword, though unfortunately the sword itself would break apart as it killed the creature. With that, the party managed to get back aboard the ship, and I believe when you lot got aboard the ship is where we ended session.
After gathering, bodies, whatever stuff.
The two frost giant boys. Yep, and not finding anything else other than the pelts. Yep.
Actually, did we check under the floorboards or anything?
Nope.
Like where he got the the beer from?
Looking in there, yeah, you guys didn't find anything. Popping the cakes, there was just what looked to be a old beer of sorts.
Because I know we were supposed to bring back the stuff that he stole, but I guess we don't really know what he stole.
As you kind of finish loading up the bodies onto the ship, the two frost giant youths having their legs been completely butchered and cut up. You guys still have time to look about. Ned kind of goes and finds himself on the ship, kind of tuckered out and tired from the whole thing, as well as looking at his now cut open bedroll, and decides to kind of head into the ship and goes about working on his bedroll down in his room.
So, what happened? I thought we were going to be trying to talk them out of whatever was going
on. That was the plan. However, things didn't go as planned.
Yeah, that seems a little macabre. Look at the fucking butchered corpses.
I would also like to know what happened. And Dom kind of looks at the sword. If I assuming Kez still has it on his person.
No, the
No,
sword.
the sword disintegrated.
As soon as it impaled and
then
killed.
I'm just looking at Kez then.
Yeah, Dom. When you were standing there, you watched as Kez, when he stabbed the sword through the skull of the lycanthrope, it dissolved away as the lights went out in the eyes of the creature.
Killing the creature was not my intention. The blade did something to my mind, and after I completed the task it had set for me, guess that was it. I did not intend on killing this creature, and I am sorry that I lost my cool there.
Hey, DM.
Mm-hmm.
Can I do a quick little detect evil on Kez? See if any of the... Because a lot of the time curses like leave behind like an evil aura.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just see if he's like if it's left behind anything like that.
Let me pull up something real quick because I have to find my aura chart. We just realized this yesterday. There's a actual.
Oh, you didn't know there was a chart?
I don't play magic casters often, so that did not catch my attention that there was an aura chart for magic.
Gotcha.
I think moderate was 6th and above.
Yeah.
Faint is 6 and below. Okay. You do get a moderate sense of evil coming off of Kez. However, it seems to, as the spell goes about, seems to be lessening as the spell continues for a few moments.
Gotcha. You kind of like clock the bluish tinged Eider's eyes as he looking over and says, "Oh, well, doesn't seem like it's a lasting effect, at least."
I sure hope not. I felt whatever had any pull over me start to fade away after I killed the beast.
Or like kind of nods and says, "Admittedly, if you find that again, the compulsion typically goes away if the object of the compulsion isn't immediately in your presence. So it's not the best thing to bank on." But...
To be fair, I didn't know the silver sword on the wall was cursed, so that's my apologies.
Well, if he's got a... This guy has got some oddities. Maybe we should double back and check if he's got anything other... Because, you typically don't have an object of kill the hell out of me, please, just kind of sitting in your house. That's a...
Yeah,
He
that was...
mentioned something about there being others. I don't know if he was referring to regular wolves that perhaps he was working with, or if there are other werewolves. But if there are, we should make mention of that to the guild. It seems unwise to let that linger.
Agreed. Let's give that. Let's give this tavern another once over because we were supposed to bring back stolen goods, and I want to make sure that we haven't overlooked anything.
Kind of give a nod and just kind of sighs like, this is going to be gross.
As you,
Squeamish about blood, Eider?
Only when it's humanoid.
There's a lot of that in adventuring.
I will say the body is the 3 bodies are loaded onto the ship. I assume down the third floor with the storage and the rest of the wagon.
Yeah.
No,
we have him by Eider's driver's seat.
Yeah, stare at all of them staring at him.
Listen, he's a snowbeard. I mean, well,
It just seems mean-spirited and unnecessary.
Right? That's what I was wondering.
Hey, Eider, don't eat the red
You could have a foot. I know you were complaining about not having a footrest, so we made some arrangements.
We're grabbing the corpse of one of your people, and we're just gonna let you lean on it. All right. Yeah, as the 3 of you kind of head out, Sen kind of follows up behind you, and as he does so, he kind of looks at the 3 of you, and as he kind of just suddenly waves and just turns and starts running at top speed as he goes up the side of the mountain.
Oh. Well, that's a bad thing.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
Well, he always moves like that, so could be bad, could be he just forgot something.
I meant more
Yeah.
the part where we're out in the wilderness and we just lost our bodyguard.
He'll find his way
That's,
back.
I mean, that's true, but if he plans to get paid, I don't think he plans to fail his jobs. Just be on high alert then.
That's
And
what I've
Don
got
Hunter
you two
will,
for.
like, can I do a, like, listen check as we make our way to the tavern? Now, like, as Dom says this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Listen for the sound of any wolves approaching.
The sound of a wolf's padded feet.
The thunder of
going through
100
snow.
hooves.
Yeah. Well, pause, I guess, in this scenario.
Like, quick, get inside.
I think it'd be more concerning if it was hooves, to be honest.
Yeah,
That'll be 13.
13.
werewolf centaurs.
And you said and that was listen, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. As you as the three of you start to disembark, climbing down the little side ladder that has been kind of set out, you as you're climbing down, you hear the crunching of the snow underneath the feet of those your companions as they kind of fall in line, walking towards the tavern. It is at this point pretty clear for about 60, 70 feet out. There's a bit of snow causing almost a slight whiteout towards the distance, but it doesn't seem to be hefty enough close up that would ruin your immediate vision. That being said, as you listen, you begin to hear the sounds of something in the distance crunching on top of the snow every once in a while. It seems to be slightly faint, but it's just enough to where it catches your attention and between the footsteps of your compatriots.
Does it sound like several things, or does it sound like perhaps one big thing? Or just one
It just sounds
small
like
thing?
something hefty is crunching into the snow. You only hear what
so
sounds like
Don
one
Hunter,
object. Yeah.
Makes the joke to Eider and then seems to like tilt his head to listen, and you see what kind of was a bit of a smirk melt away into like his usual neutral expression and then a bit into a scowl. There is something out there. One thing, heavier, larger. We should loot fast and go.
It could just be Captain Bison.
With our luck, you're an optimist. Those don't last long in this field. And he'll like pat. Well, he can't really pat your shoulder because you're so short, but he'll just like give you
Damn!
a walk inside.
Shots fired already, Dom. It's only
I'm
been
very
5
tall.
minutes.
I'm just
Right,
very
you're done.
tall. It happens.
Oh, yeah, as you, with that being said, hearing that from Dom, do you, Kez and Eider, are you still heading inside the tavern, or are you, wanting to do listen checks of your own or search checks?
I have full faith in my companions who are entirely wisdom-based to handle all perception checks for me.
Okay.
Because so help me, if they can't, I sure as fuck can't.
Kez, no?
Yeah, I'll throw a listen check out there.
Alright.
Let's see what we got. Oh, I didn't mean to click that button.
Wrong level.
No, the button in question was an ad for Orlando Health.
Oh.
Oh no, they've got your cookie forever now.
I know, right? I mean, I already have an account with them, so I understand. All right, listen check, 15.
15. As you begin to listen, kind of focusing in on where Dom kind of oriented, pointing towards, you kind of first hear the sound of 1, 2, 1, 2, and it's like it seems to be almost like a pattern of crunching. It seems to be hefty as you hear it in the distance. But something else catches your attention as well on top of it. There's a smaller creature of some sort following behind it. As you hear a lighter, just barely crunch that seems to almost always come in offbeat as you kind of start to focus in.
I can't help but think. Maybe the creature we killed might not have been the white wolf we were looking for. Maybe.
What makes you say that?
I hear many sets of steps, and one set seems to be quite small. Unbalanced, even.
Knowing our luck, it's a pack of them and we just killed a member, not a leader. On the bright side, that means we could still get the reward for taking the right one in alive.
Perhaps.
Either way, it's better for us to be in the tavern before they get there. We could form a bit of a trap, I suppose. If needed, of course.
With our big airship out there,
Well, they would have a hell of a time getting in it.
well, if we're focusing on the
That's
element of surprise here, I feel like that's going to tip them off. That there's some creature being in here, or at least nearby.
They wouldn't assume us to be in the tavern, though. And if they try to board the ship while we're inside, Ned and the wolf are in here, so they won't exactly go unmet.
Plus, Ned has Hootie.
Ned has Hootie.
Ned has Hootie.
All right. As the three of you head into the tavern, opening the door, or kind of pushing past the I believe it was the heavy curtains at the front of the door from the furs. As you kind of push in, heading inside, the back door still laid open with the bodies been cleaned out. Every bit of their piece is kind of brought in. Boxes in there that were laid about, all kind of opened up, having seen little to nothing of value in there. Mostly just spoiled and old food. As well as the occasional like rock or two that seems to be kind of tossed in there. As you look about the tavern, the rest of it seems to be simplistic. You already taken the wolf pelts off the wall, having gained, I think it was like 6 or 7 of them. I can't remember. I know we wrote.
I don't know. I don't know if you gave us a number.
Oh, did I not? Man, let me look.
I know. Yeah, I don't have it in my
Oh,
notes.
here it is. Then I have it. There you go.
Let's just hope that these are just regular wolves and not lycanthropes. I don't exactly think we have the ordnance to take care of them. I don't have any silver weapons left after all. Unless there's some random silver spoons, forks, and knives.
Give me some search checks.
Of the items I got of the armor, were any of them made of silver, or were they like regular iron and steel?
Well, I can't imagine that either of them will be iron or steel.
I have some silver coins.
My bad.
I've got some silver coins, and I do have my artisan tools with me. Got a campfire.
No, I mean like the armor we got from the chest that was in the back room.
Oh, the armor. I think that was.
Yeah, was any of that silver? I mean, you said silver is pretty common in the area, so.
No, none of it was. I believe that was leather.
We had like chain shirts, which I assume we just made out of bronze for some reason.
Oh, yes, here it is. Oh, yes, those are not made of silver. No, none of the large half plate, the large chain shirt, and large banded mail are all made of a mix of bronze and copper.
I don't suppose anyone here can do some alchemy and transmute it into silver. You guys just have that ability, right?
No. Also, wait a minute. What kind of pelts are these again?
Those are winter wolves. I know.
Yeah. I'm asking. I'm looking at them in character. I was connecting the dots.
As you look at them, they are larger, almost 3 times the size of what as you'd expect for a wolf. I mean, this is a healthy wolf. Whatever it was eaten well before it was killed. As you look at it,
I turn to the other two and go, "If these are winter wolves, I think you two are going to die."
We're here too, bud.
Well, you'll die quicker. They have breath weapons. Of cold.
Well, we could simply leave now before they arrive, or could see how well we hold our own and flee if needed. They don't seem to be approaching in a hostile speed, which means they probably don't know what happened here. At least not yet. The
Or
back
they can
room reeks of blood, so even with their sense of smell, they're not going to know we killed their friend unless they snoop around.
Based on the fact that their pelts are on the wall, I don't know that this guy was their friend.
I think the two dead frost giants that we found were probably the hunters of white wolves that were killed.
Yeah, I believe he probably took over their house. Or something to this degree. He did mention being alone, did he not, Kez? Something about rejected or cast out from the others?
Yes, but then soon after he talked about the pack that would be coming. So I think that was just his cover story. However, I do think we should leave this place. We have the pelts. Seems like the goods are rotten at best. At least we got the bodies.
Hey, give me
Well,
10 minutes.
All right. Let's hope you have 10 minutes. We'll be on the ship.
What?
Well, I wanted to take a 20 on search check just to make sure we hadn't missed anything.
All right. Just to confirm, though, in that time, so Kez, you're gonna head back onto the ship.
No, I'll stay with the guy.
All right.
I'll stand ready.
Listen, I'm just clarifying. I'm not like guilting you one way or another. I'm just clarifying to make sure I understand where you're going.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we've already been through here. Hopefully you don't take 10 minutes. Because I don't know if we have that much time.
It does to take 10. Yeah, go ahead.
Question for you, for clarification, because I never bothered to ask. I did get, when I did that side quest, the broken bow and those 8 arrows. There's no way, conveniently, those arrows were silver, right? I assume they're just, like, normal.
Where did you get those arrows at? Remind me?
It was when I missed session, so Dom had that, like, side quest. I got it with the broken bow and the goblin ears.
What session
You
was
just
that?
told me 8 arrows. A couple. The message, I think, might be in PMs.
Yeah, if you go find
Usually silver weapons are quite known.
It's no, it's not that. It's more if you got it while you were here, they would be silver tipped. Otherwise, if they're not while you were here in the Frost Giant lands, then no, they would not be. They're gonna be either copper or bronze, which is the most common to use.
Let me check.
Or stone.
Rock and stone?
No. No rocks, just stone.
Oh.
We couldn't afford rocks.
Igneous or metamorphic?
I don't know your fancy science terms. We only speak magic here.
Oh, shit.
Okay. Looking through messages now. This was in May, so I assume
that would
we
be
weren't
that
here
was
yet.
prior to,
That was
yeah.
a
So
while
then
ago.
they're gonna come out as copper or bronze, so they're just normal arrows. All right.
Just
so
checking.
Kez is staying or is gonna stay in the tavern or no? Just to confirm, because you've given.
I'll stand ready near the door.
All right.
Just to provide cover.
All right.
I
Dom
will stand on the other side of the door, and I forgot I had this last session, but Domnander's gonna have a sack ready, just in his hands. He's got one.
He's gonna do it again.
I gotta do a repeat of last time. Yeah, like we need. We just need to grab them and go. Actually, Dom will look at Kez and go, I'm quicker, but you're stronger. Do you want to be the one to, and makes a motion?
I suppose I could give it a shot.
All right. I give Kez the sack, and I just stand ready with my fists.
Now, are we inside or outside?
I assume inside the tavern.
I would say inside. Yeah.
Yeah, it's cold as balls out there.
Door.
It is cold as balls out there, but at least we'll be able to see them approaching.
Yeah,
we're
we're
gonna see
fortified.
them approach when they open the door.
Oh, yeah, okay.
All right.
And I'm
As
still listening, by the way, like actively listening. So.
I got you. As you begin to look around, kind of for the 2 minutes, spending your time throwing the place over and kind of digging through every crate, every chair, any like hole, any dirt that looks disturbed, anything that moves can be moved. You begin to look about. During that time, as you're kind of looking, Eider, you find a small stash underneath one of the floorboards in the back corner that holds about 120,000 copper pieces and a potion of enlarge person.
But I'm the only one it'll work on.
Yeah, as you kind of like pull this out, I will also note it has, as you look in there, there is what looks to be what used to be a imprint of like some sort of heavy metal bar. As there's dust to show an imprint of it being there. However, the ingot seems to no longer be there. Yep. As you look about during this, though, as you're looking about, with Dom and Kez, give me listen checks.
Kez knocked
Yep.
with his Glock 19 pointed at the door.
And I pull out my gun.
And I
I
pulled my
rolled
gun.
the same thing I did last time. 13.
13. Okay.
24.
All right. With 13, Dom, you begin to hear something that sounds like it's like the cracking and moving of wood, like as if something's being pushed down and up and causing wood to kind of almost spring and unspring itself as it's being bent. Kez, as you begin to listen, you hear the same thing, but you hear the sounds of clattering and clicking, and as you kind of focus for a second, it sounds like something really hefty is jumping on something large and wooden. And as you kind of start to think, it sounds like something might be jumping on top of your ship and making the entire ship rock.
Can I peek just outside?
There's windows. Like this tavern has glass windows. Like they're
Okay.
pretty thick. That they're a little obscuring because of how thick they are, but they are there.
I point Dom towards the window, and be like,
Mm-hmm.
do you mind checking on the ship for me?
Yeah, can I
As you
roll whatever I'd have to roll to be stealthy about it?
Oh yeah.
Or quiet about it, but then look out, yeah.
Give me a hide check.
That's not a good sign. Yeah, I think I'm the best person equipped for this, which is not a great sign, I'll be honest, boys. I'm not built for stealth.
I have heavy armor on. You think I am?
No, I'm saying we need a stealth person because I am.
Oh man, I wonder.
16'9".
I wonder who that was. Our dear Aldrin, gone to the wind.
Hide. Where's hide?
Minus
Okay.
9? Jesus. That plate is not
How
doing
much
you any
stealthier
favors.
than you, Eider?
Eider's
I
got
know
plate.
How logistically, but like in my mental picture, you, the tiny guy, being the loudest is so funny.
It's the sounds he makes, not the moving
got-
that's the problem.
I got a 14 total.
14.
Did not roll ideal.
As you kind of lean back, thankfully you're not wearing too much that seems to make too much noise. Coins kind of jingle as they reset as your bags kind of move as you lean your entire body back just enough to look out. As you do, you see a 25-foot long bear that's standing about 15 feet tall, climbed on top of your ship and bouncing up and down on it as they're just like seeming to do so. As you look about, you also notice as around the footing of the ship are three what looks to be bright white wolves, kind of waiting and watching the bear who's on top of the ship.
I look at that. I lean back in and I look at Kez. I'm trying to think. I would have to probably speak. I don't think Kez would know any signals.
I mean, you can try. You can try. I can have him roll a sense motive.
Performance?
Yeah, you can do a
Could I make
performance.
like a performance check to try to convey like 3, do like a gesture for like wolf, and then 1, do like a big hand gesture, and then like bear?
Yeah, what
I have
perform?
to point to the wolf pelts to gesture wolf. I just don't know how I would convey bear.
Yeah, what performer you got?
I have. Let me find them.
Interpret dance.
I was gonna say, because
I
depending on what you have, you might be. Kez might have to
Dance,
wear
act,
sense motive.
and oratory. So
Act-
I can
act will
be
work.
act or dance, I imagine.
Yeah, I imagine
Okay.
acting, because I imagine you're not just suddenly gonna start man, I can't. Thank you. Playing in front of us here.
I'm gonna be like a bee. I'm gonna break dance and give you directions.
Yeah, right.
I used to watch too much ballet. I'm sad I couldn't remember how to pronounce the word. Goddamn.
I need to throw away all my dice. Only a 7. I'm rolling really bad.
Ouch.
Should have taken the goblin.
As you begin to show it, Kez, since give me a sense motive to see if you can understand.
Yeah, right. Hey,
Roll
listen.
high.
You're a wisdom build. You should have high sense motive.
Where are you, my dearest sense motive? It's a 11.
You rolled an 11, or you have a plus 11?
No, I rolled an 11.
Oh.
I mean, I have a plus 5 to sense. You know what? I said this last time. I wasn't going to use this fucking website to roll anymore. What have I done?
As Kez kind of looks at you, and as you kind of begin to act out, trying to mimic a bear, Kez just kind of looking at you with his lesson check earlier. Kez, what you gather is that Dom is trying to explain there's a large animal beast-like creature that is jumping up and down on the ship, as well as point out that there are 3 of something out there that you're not really sure about because you don't hear anything, but you gather, there's 3 others as they act everything out.
4 total creatures.
Would you like to look out the window?
Has Ader finished looting yet?
As you look over, Ader is just kind of has opened up the chest, and I assume at this point already pocketed the potion and the coin.
Oh yeah, I put the coin in the bag of holding. I do yell at, or call out to them that I found money. I'm not just trying to steal it from the party or anything.
Oh,
The potion though is strictly only usable on me because the rest of y'all are fucking giants.
I mean, that could be
I mean,
one of the things that we're stolen. We might have to turn it in, but it doesn't really matter.
Could be.
there's a chance it could work on us.
There's a chance we might need it in the very immediate future. So, not putting that past us.
All right. Listen, guys, I don't like the situation that we're in right now.
What's that? Can't hear you from over here.
Hey, come here. Come on, come over here.
Clang, 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 clang.
just gonna roll something.
We're moving to him.
Okay.
I mean,
You move.
oh wow. I mean, hey, the bear's making a lot of noise. So
The bear is
good.
bouncing like a trampoline. He's having a good time. Ned is also screaming inside of the thing, which has kind of got the bear's attention at this point.
Clutching the goose eggs. Yes,
No.
all right.
They're well protected.
Not the baby goose.
They're
Not the
meat
baby
sacks.
goose. All right. It appears there is a large creature outside on our ship.
If we're just going to talk, there's a large bear bouncing on the ship. It doesn't seem. I can't tell if it's aggressive or playing, but there are 3 white wolves watching it, which implies these are either all lycanthropes or wolves have decided to follow a bear, which seems they're not normal animals.
You
If
hear
that's the case.
you hear a crack from outside as wood snaps.
There's also the chance potentially the bear's a druid. So do we approach aggressively or do we attempt to approach diplomatically?
We might want to keep our position of strength here because they can't surround us inside, at least easily.
Well, I think that bear looks big enough to knock down these walls if you wanted to.
But it does have to knock down the walls first to get there, which is better than just being instantly surrounded.
All right.
We are, however, cornered here.
Well, we're
As a
also
side
just not fast enough to outrun them.
Let me check.
Okay, I am not fast enough to outrun.
There you go, buddy.
120 running with that. I think Down Under. You say that Down Under seems to like think for a second, just look you over, look Kez over.
I mean, I
Some
can.
of us.
Listen, I can move 40 feet in a turn. All right. With this heavy armor, if I took it off, I could go 60. You know what? If you guys want, I'll go out there, see what's up, see if this can be diplomatically solved.
Oh no, I'm coming with you. I remember last time we tried diplomacy.
I mean, hell, you could talk if you want.
I don't know that that'll go over great.
Yeah,
but...
I don't think so either.
I'm not giving you shit about it, but I am saying the last time you did go off by yourself, I thought I was gonna see you in a second. It turns out you killed a werewolf.
I didn't go off by myself.
To be fair, the werewolf did attack us first, even before the curse occurred. The werewolf was hostile.
Yeah, I grabbed the sword after the fact.
It was a self-defense that turned into extreme self-defense, but still self-defense.
All right, as you.
Anyway, after you.
Yeah,
Dom
all right.
makes like a gesture.
As
Thanks, Tom.
Kez pushes the heavy furs and cloth aside, as the kind of hefty cold begins to chill you once more, Kez. Though not actually having any effect due to your cold weather clothing, the chill and the wind still bites as you step out. And as you look up, you see, and I do mean this literally, a tap-dancing giant grizzly bear going to town on top of your ship like he's wearing wooden clogs as he is tearing and destroying the sails.
Tap dancing, huh?
Yes.
No, Kez says that out loud with like his hand on his chin, just in awe for just a little moment, just like watching, huh? I guess the wolves might also be in that current state of, huh?
They're just staring up on all fours, the three winter wolves. As you get a now look at them, they are also all about 10 to 15 feet in range for height, or in length, and about 10 feet tall, roughly.
Mm-hmm. And they don't look like the lycanthrope, right? I mean, like a white wolf, but nothing like a humanoid type deal.
Give me a... We'll say search check for that.
All right.
None of them are wearing any armor, I will mention, no.
Search.
Is the bear?
That's a nat 1 on the search check.
They could be wearing, they could be the same thing, they could not be. For all you know, they could be your grandmother in disguise.
No,
Guys,
shit.
I think the bear is wearing bearskin armor.
No fucking way. Alright,
It's just a dude in a bear costume.
Shoo. Majestic beasts, go away.
Give me a diplomacy roll.
Oh
26.
my gosh, I was gonna
Fuck!
say a little more than that.
As Kez gives the least motivation into this and just kind of waves his hand with one as he looks at them slightly annoyed. The creatures look at him. Well, the winter wolves just kind of stare and then look up at the giant bear, then look back at Kez and look up at the giant bear waiting. The bear just stands and stares in just complete shock and awe, as if it's amazed that it's being challenged by someone so small. The creature just kind of, for a moment, pauses and just stares at you, not really knowing what to do. And as this has got a kind of sudden stop of movement on the ship goes, Ned's screaming seems to kind of fluctuate to even a higher volume. As the bear kind of stares at you for a moment and then goes to climb to the side of the ship and jumps off, it starts to walk over towards you. And as it gets up to you, I believe you're 9 feet tall, right, Kez?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's much taller
The
than
bear towers over you, kind of like just as it stands on its hind back legs, standing at what you see or what you assume to be somewhere around 20-ish, 25-ish feet tall. As this creature stands up and looks down at you, and then it just stares and waits to see what you do.
This is important.
As Dom and Eider, I assume, are kind of standing in the doorway watching this happen behind you.
Well, I'm not directly behind Kez, but I am like near,
Okay.
kind of pose. I am taller than Kez, so Dom's just kind of there to be like, hey, there's a bigger person with this person.
Hey,
Oh, shit, brown.
hey, Dom, can you bring out the leftover booze from the tavern?
Dom will give you a look. Can I attempt a sense motive just to see where, like, try to mentally figure out where Kez is going with this?
Sure.
Yeah, I just want Dom to get on the same page with Kez because Dom's like, huh?
All right, Ider, I got you. Okay, yeah, let's see what you got for sense motive.
My only an 8.
8.
I'm very confused. Yes.
The confusion, Kez, is on Dom's face as you kind of slightly turn to say this. The creature has yet to break eye contact with you.
Me neither. I'm kind of just like leaning over, and just do it, please.
All right. I'm going to get the booze, and Dom announces this, and he's not going to turn his back either. And since Kez is watching the bear, I'll watch the wolves as I kind of just make my way casually and like taking my time backwards to the door and into the tavern. I'm
Okay.
not turning my back on any of these things.
Yeah, as you back away, the winter wolves do not seem to move a step, and the bear does not seem to do anything other than stare and keep eyes locked on Kez. Not even seeming to acknowledge your presence. The David versus Goliath moment here of poor Kez staring up at this bear, not trying to crack. Kez, give me an intimidation check while this is going on.
Oh.
Can I bluff my way out of this one?
Let's see. We'll take intimidation. If that fails, we'll do a bluff.
7 intimidation.
All right, yeah, maybe we should try that bluff. Okay.
31.
Man,
Fake your
you
confidence.
are
Oh my
scared out of your wits, Kez, but you aren't showing it. You first, as you go to kind of like puff up your chest, you see the creature starts to kind of raise itself up higher, and as you kind of gulp down for a second, you suck in your breath a little bit more and puff out your chest as much as possible, staring up at the creature, pulling out a mace or your weapon in hand to make it slightly glow with not an actual spell, but just pumping enough magic to make it look like this thing can do something.
As you cracking with electricity, because I mean that's what it can do.
Yeah, as you look up at the creature. All right.
Come on, Dom. Hurry up.
Dom, once he's in the tavern, will be quick, but he's making no quick movements while outside. He's also like doing a bit of a bluff where he's seeming very cool, but like once inside, he's just gonna be like, "This is some insanity. I don't know if that curse is actually worn off, but fine, booze it is." And we'll just like grab up all the booze he saw earlier, and then casually exit out back towards Kez.
As you pop one of the kegs, one of the 3 kegs on the floor, and kind of take a hefty mug out of it, taking a couple of them out. The ale smells old, like it's definitely not fresh. But it's not, as you kind of take a slight smell of it, it's still got its pungent alcohol scent to it, so you know it's still got a buzz to it. It just definitely has a bit of a stranger scent to it. But as you walk out back towards Kez, as soon as Dom seems to, as you hear Dom stepping out and their footsteps moving behind you, the snow crunching, the bear breaks eye contact to stare at Dom.
I will look back at it as I'm approaching. Again, kind of arms full, a very slow, even, like, trained pace. Like I said, Dom's got experience with, like, dance and acting and, like, stuff. And just the way he fights is, like, very even pace. Almost, like, not marching, but something similar where it's, like, completely on time every time I'm approaching. No sudden moves, no sudden sounds, and we'll stop a little bit closer to Kez this time. Like, I got that booze you asked for.
All right. Well, looking at the bear, I take one, I sip it, and give an impression of, that's delicious.
Give me a fortitude save.
Don't get drunk.
15.
Okay. As you try to hold back, the taste is horrendous. This beer is old. It is nothing but tasting like pure rubbing alcohol and really moldy bread. But as you manage to keep your lunch down, you give me a perform check for it to see if you can manage this.
Oh.
Can I give advantage if Tom
Also,
also pretends to sip it?
Well, we're gonna come back to this here in a sec. I also want to get to Eider here to find out what he's doing in a moment. I'll let Kez finish the roll. We'll come back around.
All right. Let's get that. 19.
19. Okay. As the bear seems to kind of look at this and kind of seems to understand, the creature does go to reach for the beer. While this is happening, Eider, as you watch as this bear comes up to Kez and kind of just plops itself right in front of him, staring down at him. Besides kind of holding your action, is there anything else you'd be wanted to do?
I do want to try detect evil.
Okay.
Because there's a chance that this bear is not natural. I don't know if bears are evil or not. Like it does.
It varies on the individual, but traditionally, most werebears are noted throughout, like the what would be considered a monster compendium from the collective in this world. A very common thing for most nobles to have would be noted as usually most often lawful good individuals, just because of the most documented individuals of lycanthropy that were willing to submit themselves were lawful good. So take it with a grain of salt is the idea. Like evil people don't submit themselves to disease checks, basically.
Makes sense. It's like you don't take a dead cat to the vet. So, of course, all the cats that jump from 3 stories are ones that survive.
Yep. So, yeah. So, from your own knowledge, like just bear knowledge, because of your nobility background, you would know most are considered lawful good. But yeah, as you cast this, you do sense this individual you do get evil coming off of them, and you do get moderate evil aura coming off of them.
Gotcha. Is it the creature themselves, or is like an evil, like a specific aura on their person?
It is the creature themselves. I will note the winter wolves do not at all can't seem to be evil, as they because I believe this is an area of effect spell, not targeted, right?
Yeah, it's a 60-foot cone.
Yeah. So with that in mind, I'd assume you'd be aiming to get as many as possible. So the winter wolves do not come off as evil in the slightest.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that's just what I'm like clocking and thinking over as this is going on. I don't have the best ability to try and signal that to Kez, nor the ability to try and have an in-depth conversation whenever he's right in front of a potentially intelligent bear.
Fair enough.
So,
yeah,
I will flag Dom as like he comes out and says the bear is evil.
Dom will,
as you come in to get the beers and kind of come walking back out. Before you walk out, Eider kind of grabs your attention to say this.
Oh, someone left. Oh, okay. Dom would like pause then and kind of look at Eider and go, "Which one?"
So the bear.
All of them?
No, just the bear.
I didn't catch that part.
Oh, yeah, just the bear. The winter wolves seem fine.
We'll have to be cautious then, but if it hasn't murdered us or murdered Kez right away, then it's something that can be reasoned with, I suppose.
As you head out,
there's something.
Yeah, as you head out with the beers
I wanted to do, but it's too late to do it, so
Fair
I live
enough.
with my inaction.
Yeah, I will say, and with the perform check from Kez, you don't have to kind of help out in this, Dom, as you kind of just holding the alcohol as the creature takes the other mug from you. You watch as it kind of pulls the small, well, not small, but small in its hands as this creature pulls it up towards its mouth and seems to kind of take a sniff and then just basically tosses the whole mug in its mouth, swallowing it altogether.
I mean, Kez doesn't know this, but I know bears will be sniffing jet fuel out here sometimes, so I'm trying to...
You watch as the bear kind of looks down at you as again, and it seems to kind of take a second and kind of belches out for a slight bit, and then turns and moves its paw towards the winter wolves, who seem to start running off behind the building.
Can I get a sense motive on that?
Yeah, go ahead. I will also take knowledge, nature, or survival for anybody else who wants to join, because this is since this is a bear, you can try and guess.
I'll do survival.
Really? Not sense motive? You sure, Tom?
Do you want me to do sense motive?
I'm not saying you have to.
Every time I do it.
I mean, listen.
A 12 in sense
Can I
motive.
actually do a spot?
Sure.
Well,
spot
I was
is.
wondering if I should check in on. I was wondering if I should check in on Ned or not and see if he's like alive.
All right. I mean, you can. That would be a search.
As...
That wouldn't be a spot. That'd be just search.
Yeah, I don't think I could do that from this distance. So.
Yeah, that would be fine. Eider, if you want to do knowledge arcana. No,
15.
Ned is dead. Only Gobbo remains. 15. All right.
Is Kez? Are you doing it on the bear or the wolves?
The bear, because of the. It seems like this bear is in charge, so I was trying to get a motive on exactly what he was kind of trying to convey to the wolves.
Yep.
I'll do it on the wolves.
Because it was a paw motion.
All right, you're doing a sense move on the wolves, okay?
Yeah, just to see if they're pure beasts or if there's something else like mind control or magic or something else going on here. I'm trying to, see what's going on. Seven. Not my day, guys. I'm throwing all my dice away.
You're not a winter wolf fan. You're a desert fan. If these were snakes, desert wolves, that would be easy. Desert toads, but this is the cold winter. You're not as familiar with this species, so as you watch it kind of run off, I mean, it acts like any other winter wolf you've seen carrying a carriage. The creatures seem to just go off following after the orders of their pack leader. With the 12 from Kez, as you watch this, Kez, and you're just trying to gather if this was like an order, I assume?
Mm-hmm.
The creature definitely did seem... This was... the movement seems too unnatural. This isn't something a bear would do as it kind of waves its paw. It looks like it gave an order either to move for the creatures to run or to circle behind the building. It's kind of hard to tell which with that. With the Knowledge Arcana for 15, Eider, you, as you're looking at the creature, what are you trying to gain for Arcana? Is it just to see if it is a were creature?
And mostly he's trying to see if it's the were creature, because if it comes down to a fight, I wanted to think what we're dealing with there.
You do notice this creature seems kind of strange with the way it moves about. The way its hands seem to gestate, and the fact of its earlier dancing. Something kind of sparks in your mind as you're looking at this. Not only is this creature not acting at all like a bear, which makes it kind of clear this is either a sentient bear or this creature is a werebear. It's hard to tell given the kind of track record with sentient bears, as some have been mistaken as druids just hiding as bears, but you're definitely sure that this bear is physically a bear right now. Secondly, though, what you notice is something about the dancing earlier seems somewhat off. Something about the pattern kind of caught your attention as something you've seen before. And as you put two and two together in your head, you realize this bear is a bard.
The barbarian?
Oh, no.
Oh shit!
This bear seems to, as you notice, that's a dance that's common amongst bardcasters.
I think for a moment, look at Dom and say, he would probably enjoy a dance.
Dom just doesn't have a facial reaction, but is staring at you with such an intensity at you saying that out loud just to him.
It's just wild.
I don't know how good. Yeah, I don't know what the passive sense motive is, but Dom is like, the fuck are you trying to make me do right now? Does
Tell
Bear react to this? It's not that high, my guy. My boast is not that high.
Might I ask, breaking the silence between, me and the bear, do you understand giant? Me saying in giant.
The creature just stares down at you, not making any other moves.
Guys, attempt to dance with it. It will understand you better.
You could try speaking common.
Yeah, I guess I'll also try again in common. Can you understand me?
The creature just stares at you.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Alright.
If it helps, it's a bard.
And I'm a medic.
No, I mean, the bear is actually a bard.
What? Still looking at the bear, I have a very confused look on my face.
What?
What? You're a bard? I asked the bear.
The bear just stares at you, and you see it's starting to it bares its fangs slightly, and it's starting to drool down onto you.
Hungry bard.
Don't think you want it. Do you say that out loud?
No.
Okay. Just making sure. No, Kez felt like being a smartass today.
No, not in the face of death. Does this bear look injured whatsoever? I assume an alpha might have to fight for its territory and might be wounded. Somewhat.
Give me a heal check. Also, Eider, I assume you're still inside the tavern?
Yeah, I've been like hovering around the door.
Yeah.
Actually,
a better defensive position to break it out to.
Okay.
Might I use healer's vision instead of a heal check?
Oh, the healer's vision. Remind me what that does?
Every thrumming vein, every strand muscle, and every pulsing organ of those nearby become visible to your eyes, showing you exactly where to place a healing hand or a deadly strike. You gain a so essentially,
Okay.
I just get to see everything going on with their body, whether
It gives a +5 to heal checks.
Yeah, no. I think that I'd be fine if you want to wait. If you want to burn the spell, that's fine.
Yeah, just to give me a better insight on this, the heal check I'm about to make to see if there are any injuries. I want to be for sure. I don't want to leave my rolls up to chance.
All right. See what you got.
All right. Okay. And so with that... No, I said that. I'm not going to leave it up. Nah, fuck it. Come on, I have a +11. I should be good. Oh, wow, that's a nat 20.
For 31?
Oh my god.
Yeah, plus the extra 5, so I guess it's a 36.
All right. As you go, as you kind of begin to chant under your breath a small prayer to your god, as you cast the spell, looking up at the creature, you begin to see it does not have something that immediately catches your attention. It has no mana veins. The creature is also not a male. This is a female. And lastly, I will say there's an obvious bite scar mark that catches your attention on its back thigh on the left side. That shows what looks to be what you immediately realize is where whatever creature bit it to give it this disease. As it's pretty clear this creature is a werebear. I will say, lastly, of note, what you notice is much of the veins and the pattern of the creature seems to be similar to a frost giant, both in design and height, given your experience at the West Wind Clinic that you spent during your downtime. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pretty easy to figure this out. This creature is obviously a female frost giant werebear.
Okay.
I will also note, though, little something. Her without the mana veins, you would already know that she cannot cast magic.
All right. Ma'am, my name is Kezenok. I used to work in the West Wind Clinic, and I don't want to do anything to anger you, but would you mind if I took a look at your injury? Your bite mark.
Give me a diplomacy check.
16.
She looks down at you for a moment and kind of just, her eyes kind of seem to widen slightly, and you see her mouth starts to open. She lets out a bellowing roar. Eider, give me a listen check.
Sorry, did you ask me to do one?
Yeah, Eider, listen or spot.
Oh, okay. Well, thankfully my bonuses are so high, it's hard to choose between the two of them.
Oh, wow, and your dice rolls really reflect that too. Damn. Never mind. Eider, yeah, this is the whole thing going on. You're just watching the show.
Of course, I'm putting away my weapon, because I know earlier you
Yes.
said about me hiding my weapon, so I am putting it away as a sign of peace.
She roars down at you and seems to turn and walk over towards the ship and seems to slash at it. She is going to make an attack. Nope. All right. As she slashes into the ship, you watch as a large claw kind of cuts into the side of the ship's hull, kind of opening it up. You kind of for a moment can see inside due to the lighting up. A flash of a short, white-haired individual kind of spotted for a single second as candlelight is blown out. And the room goes dark. But the obvious break and damage to the hull clearly being seen as the bear turns back towards you, Kaz, and just on all fours roars again.
Do you want something from inside our ship?
The creature does not seem to do anything other than stare at you once more, waiting.
Was this your home?
It still does nothing.
Those two frost giant children, were they yours?
Roll diplomacy on that.
Can I do a sense motive as he
Yes.
asked that question?
Feel free.
26.
It's just, I would be
26.
looking for a reaction to that.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Our great
Let me
objection.
get my... Oh! I'm back, baby.
You're
Nat
back.
20.
Oh!
Give me a 25.
As Kez says this, the creature seems to, just for a moment, break face as it perks its ears up and looks over at the mention of the children. This immediately kind of almost catches your attention, Dom, as you're staring at the creature. But almost as quickly as it seems to show sudden interest, it seems to go back to snarling once more.
Is there a way with... God
damn it.
I think...
It's good.
I don't know if Dom would want to
Yes, go ahead.
interrupt what... I don't know if Dom would want to interrupt what Kez is saying, but he would want to convey that information. Is there any way, given our proximity, me being close, I could give Kez like a tap on the shoulder or something to signify like, hey, you're correct?
You can, as you kind of, assuming Kez isn't breaking eye contact with this creature at any point, Dom, as you walk a step forward and
Double
manage
tap.
to kind of bump and give Kez a nod, as Kez kind of finished saying this, the creature seems to stare at you, Kez, snarling. A little bit what looks to be a purple drool now coming out of its mouth onto this snow, and it's starting to cause the snow to what looks like slightly burn and sizzle.
Alright, so you convey that information to me?
Yeah,
Okay.
basically, you would feel like a double tap on your shoulder, and then you'd see out of the corner of your eye like a slight nod. So basically, Dom's like confirming your suspicions, like, yes, you're on the money.
Ma'am, I am sorry to say, but the 2 boys we found were murdered. If you want, my friend here can go grab them for you. I will stay out here. I was going to bring them back to town for proper burial, but if they're yours, they should belong with you.
You see the bear kind of stares at you for a moment, as if it's kind of contemplating, then looking into the tavern where it sees Eider. Eider, at this point, as you're kind of watching this slightly, not really looking back, as you're so focused on the situation, waiting to see if this bear is going to attack, preparing yourself to kill it if need be. You don't notice until it's too late that the 3 winter wolves have already dug into the tavern under their floorboards and taken the giant barrels of ale with them, digging out and burrowing with them. As you continue just to watch this happening.
That's funny.
But as the large werebear looks down or looks at you, she kind of sits back on her hind legs, sitting down on her butt, and kind of just waits, staring at you, kind of stopping her snarl as she covers her teeth back down underneath her mouth and watches.
Go ahead, Dom. And I'll sit down, crisscross applesauce.
I will lean into Kez to speak like before you sit down, as you tell me to like fetch the bodies, or what's left of the bodies. It might ease her frustrations if you let her know we also took care of the one who did that to her children. And I will, remain in eye contact with the bear, walk around in a way that, again, I'm not putting my back to her, and go to the ship.
Okay.
The perpetrator was a lycanthrope of the white wolf variety, and he has been dealt with. If that eases your mind any.
She just kind of sits staring for a second, waiting, kind of paused, watching as Dom kind of not ever turning their back and just kind of keeping themselves still facing towards the creature, or towards the werebear, as they circle around towards the ship. Dom, as you get to the top of the ship, she continues to seemingly watch you and then look back to Kez, as she just seems to not do anything actively, but she doesn't seem to be willing to move yet, as if she seems wary. As you open the door, you can't help but notice the short, white-haired, leather masked with 2 glasses, or 2 chunks of glass in them. Your master standing with the door handle in his hand, kind of looking up at you. Ned, now, as you look over at the bottom, at the bottom of the stairs to the first floor, conked, completely knocked out, with a little bump on his head.
This is either the best or worst timing you could have shown up for. Are you aware of what's outside?
Zilpip does not respond, as he just kind of stares at you for a moment.
Oh shit, what's up?
The sudden realization that you can see him, and then realizing as he's just standing there. Zilpip, as you look up, you see Domnander just holding the door of the ship open as you were getting ready to leave, staring down at you.
Hey, what's
Hey.
up?
Can I sense motive? I don't usually feel the need to, but Zilpip's being so obviously out of character that I think Dom is thinking this is an impersonator.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a sense motive.
So this is like a, who are you? What have you done with Zilpip? 18.
18. This is the real Zilpip. There couldn't be another dwarf this small.
That's true. That's true.
What's going on, Dom? I didn't know y'all would be back at the ship by now.
Dom's eyes kind of narrow, but I think it's there's suspicion there, but I think Sylvia would also notice he just also seems kind of amused by this. Well, we were finishing up a mission, and now there is a very large werebear woman whose children were recently murdered. So I've been sent as an errand boy to retrieve their corpses before she makes us corpses.
Do you know
Are
if she's
you? Do I know if she's
single?
You're more than welcome to ask. She seems to understand common. Kez is also down there if you're wanting to say your hello before you leave, and kind of like looks at you questioningly.
Yes, I was just about to head out actually. Kind of like pat down my pockets a little bit. And go, here, have this. And I will pass over a very small metal cylinder.
Okay. This is
That's
pipe bomb?
maybe like 3 inches long. And like a quarter of an inch in diameter. It's very, very small. And I hand this to you, and I go, new toys, always making new toys.
Okay.
Anyway, did you know I was here? Or you were just... You just happened to find me.
Kez, who's trying to, at this point, as you look down off the ship, Dom, is trying to keep a straight face, but is not keeping it straight as he is panic in his eyes. The bear is getting slightly agitated at the sudden panic state of Kez.
Come on, Dom!
I didn't come onto the ship to get you. I do, however, need to have a conversation with you at some point, unrelated to what you're doing now, and kind of gestures at Zilpip, one hand kind of holding the cylinder a bit like loosely. It's in regards to some information I think you could help me with. Obviously, can make it worth your time, I'm sure. It has to do with a bit of research, actually. But for now, you seem in a rush, and I have a
No, not necessarily. Just need to be gone in the next few hours. Are you in a hurry right now? Let's do our thing first, and then you can finish up whatever you were doing.
Did he say let's talk first?
Uh-huh.
Dom seems to kind of tap his chin thoughtfully and is like, could talk first. I think
the bear is standing up.
I'm getting the feeling that Kez is upset, and the longer I wait, you wouldn't know. Kez has been through a lot. There was a rage curse. There was a murder curse.
The bear is opening its mouth.
A lot of curses.
But Dom is like walking downstairs, like past Zilpip. I'll get the bodies, and we can meet up later. I could get you a drink on me or something.
Sure. Well, incredible. Don't let Kez die. Or I may just wipe everything from existence.
I love Dom giving a great goodbye in the middle of a bear attack.
Yeah. I will say, as you're going down the stairs, Kez can see you two due to the giant claw marks in the airship.
Just like, what the fuck?
Also, Kez, who has been hearing the entire conversation this entire time, fully knows what's going on in the background.
I thought, you know what? That's fine. Dom wouldn't change what he's saying if he knew he was being heard. So I've zero complaints there. I just give it.
Huh?
All right, we'll catch up. I've got body pieces together as I pull out the sack I had out previously, and I guess I go to do some scoop duty.
They were wrapped in pelts.
They're wrapped in pelts on the lowest floor. Yeah, so. Pip, you're heading out the top of the ship, I assume.
Yeah.
I'll go get them. I do.
The situation.
Okay.
I do. I want to say, as I go through the ship, I do glance over Ned as I pass to see if he's knocked out, a sleep effect, or if he hit his head mid the ship rocking and
as you look over, he has a bump on his head.
Yeah, that checks out.
Though the 3 goose eggs are safe in his hands currently.
Yeah.
5 level Ned jumping on a bed.
I just do a glance over, shrug. I collect the 2 wrapped pellets, and I guess I'll make my way out to Kez, who's probably giving me a death glare as I depart from the ship.
As you start climbing up, Zilpip, as you look out kind of ahead, looking over, you do see Kez kind of staring at this large grizzly bear that is kind of getting ready to roar at him by the looks of it. Its fangs slightly bare, saliva coming out of its mouth that seems to be kind of purplish. This creature is a large grizzly bear that looks to be angry. As Kez looks more in trying to keep a look of fear, shock, and anger off of his face all at the same time. As you look around, you also can kind of see Eider, who is kind of at this point slightly just out the door or at the crook of the door, watching out as this whole thing goes on.
I'll just kind of sit and watch until it gets boring and Zilpip wants to leave.
Okay. Alright, as you kind of sit back, Dom climbing back up the stairs. During this, Eider, is there anything you'd like to do while you're watching this kind of happen?
I'm just dumbfounded, I think.
More in shock and alright.
There's 0 context for Zilpip, so you're just like, what is Dom doing?
I have met Zilpip. I've got one of his bombs in my backpack.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I forgot about that.
It's just more like Kez is staring down a bear.
Yep.
It just takes 10 minutes to have a conversation.
And up at the top of the stairs.
Busy guy. It's hard to,
we're attacked by a bear!
As a 3-minute conversation goes on, Eider just in shock as this whole situation's going on, waiting to see why it's taking Dom so long. Imagine thinking of hypothetics like, did Ned knock them out? Maybe they fell over the stairs, something like that in his head. Kez, you've got 3 minutes as these 2 are exchanging. Is there anything you'd like to be doing other than telling Dom to hurry up?
Nope. Just keeping it cool. I'm fine. We're fine. Everything's fine.
Roll me a performance check. Let's see what you got.
Can I roll a bluff?
Sure, I'll take a bluff.
Thank you. 26.
26. As you trying to keep it cool, keeping your face a mask, the slight sweat going down your brow is just because you're facing a bear. It's not because the guy who's been chasing your ass since basically day 1 showed up suddenly and is making kind with another one of your crew members who's taking their sweet ass time. No, that's happening right now. At all.
It couldn't be. I must be imagining things.
But as this continues, you finally, as Dom comes up with the 2 individuals wrapped still in their pelts, kind of climbing down the ladder and walking over towards Kez, you see as the bear seems to visibly start to calm, closing its mouth, and seeming to change its what looks like its body language, almost a bit more of a concern and caution as it takes a step forward and kind of hesitates and then kind of steps back to where it was a moment ago.
when Dom brings them to me and lays them down, I will. Of course, when I put bodies in here, I make sure they're as anatomically correct as possible. So I will open the wrap to show their faces, and then step back so the mother can come up and view the deceased.
Okay. Dom, are you also backing away?
I will. Yeah, I put the bodies down, and then I back up with kind of my hands clasped in front of me in like a pose that is kind of like a respectful, just like on standby next to Kez watching, giving space.
Alright. Okay, I'm just gonna roll something. Oh no, okay.
Pretending I don't know Kez's utter side eye.
As you set the two young frost giants, their missing limbs kind of slightly covered still, but the rest of them uncovered from the pelts, the bear kind of comes walking over, and Kez, give me a knowledge religion check real quick.
I'm good at knowledge stuff. 12.
In your downtime amongst the town, you manage to see that the city does funeral rites. The city commonly does its funeral rites through basically throwing frost giants off the sides of the cliff of the city. Now, they do this on certain days. And as you think back for a moment, you realize that they always do this towards the end of the week. As you watch, give me a second.
Is she about to throw her boys off the cliff?
The bear explodes. As you watch her kind of start to lean down and start to sniff at the two young hunters in front of you, a slight tear kind of going down her cheek. She just explodes out in viscera as suddenly something lands into the snow. You hear the impact leaving a slight crater as you look up as Dom and Kez, you are covered head to toe in bear guts. As you look down, there is nothing but a bloody imprint of a body where the bear was.
Shit!
Do I get the feeling this was the work of someone who might be watching on the ship?
Zilpip kind of looking at this.
Oh
yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead and give me a search check. See if you notice.
Does it seem like the odd cylinder he handed me might have done anything with this, or has it seemed to have activated? Just curious.
Yeah, give me a search check. See if anything catches your eye.
Just have a little hunch, maybe. Only a 10.
As you look over, Zilpip is just as shocked as you are that this has just happened. As the slight look of a surprise seems to kind of flash across his eyes, it's just reflect enough with the light on the glass. Yeah, either if you wish to. Kesnanok's PM or personal phone is blowing up. His crystal. Zilpip is like texting him now pictures of the body as it blew up, scene by scene.
I am in the pictures, covered in blood, head to toe. Yeah. Except my back is perfectly pristine, no blood on my back, but and my silhouette behind me is also perfectly there. There's no
with a 21 Eider. As you look over. There's no magic. There's no runes. This is just a corpse that fell on another corpse, as it looks like. But it's so much mush, you can't tell what the corpse was.
What the fuck?
As a few seconds go by, yeah, all of you pick a number between 1 and 100.
25.
69. Alright, Dom.
Yeah, that's the obvious choice. I'm gonna do 82.
82.
Beat it to you. You're
Zip. 8. So Pip, about a foot to your right, another body comes colliding into the side of the ship, slamming into it and clipping through the wing of it as it slams into the ground beneath and as it cuts through the canvas wing, just exploding up in viscera as a fountain comes up from the ground of blood and guts.
I look up to see if there's something coming straight at me this time.
As you look up, you don't see anything at the moment. You just see thick clouds of stormy, what looks like a very heavy storm above you.
Right.
Aider, get to the ship!
Wait, so the body that fell right next to me, did it break part of the ship?
It did take out a portion of the canvas on the wing.
Oh, shit.
Eider is running for the ship. All right.
Yeah, after
All right,
that,
guys, we're cutting our losses.
Kesnock was trying to process that, but after that went to the ship, he went straight into "we gotta get the fuck out of here" mode. He can process this later.
Well, let's take the bodies for the quest.
The bear's head did not get crushed, so you can take that as a trophy, I guess.
Oh no, just stay with her boys.
Very calmly and methodically, I'll kind of look down at the hole next to me. And cast wall of iron. And then fabricate it into just a metal umbrella for myself. It's that's just planted into the ship.
Yeah, that's fine. As you got this now little R2-D2 capsule for yourself on the ship. On the outside of the ship. Eider goes rushing up the ladder, climbing up with Kez and Dom not far behind. That's fine, Utha, that works. I'm gonna roll another D100.
Yeah, don't worry. I got mending.
Yep.
Welcome to my land, motherfucker.
No, we're good. It gets a little further away now, as from where you were standing a moment ago. You watch as the tavern slightly, front window or on the right side, completely gets caved in as a body basically slightly impales and crushes the bricks of the tavern, destroying it into a nice powder. As the creature, or as the body explodes into nothing but viscera. As you guys climb aboard, opening the door and heading in, kind of taking note of the capsule that is now suddenly attached to your ship. I assume Kez is casting mending on the airship.
Oh yeah, as the places that at least required to fly. Aider, get us the fuck out of here!
Kez goes to grab onto the sail and leaning over, casting and shouting this with the door still open. Alright, Eider, let's go. Let's get our use magic device roll. Let's see what we got.
Alright. Everything's
It's
fucking me over.
raining men. Hallelujah, it's
Could
raining.
Dom be next to Eider, trying to, being there to assist? If Eider starts yelling at him to fucking pull any levers or whatever bullshit, I could be there to do that.
13. Yeah, you might want I was gonna say, Eider, do you want assistance?
I would love assistance.
Alright, Dom, give me a use magic device. Let's see what you got.
Alright. We'll see how this goes, gentlemen.
Can I share the manual?
But I got an 11. Could be worse.
Between the two of you, as you start struggling, panicking to get the ship going, you start to move something. The sounds of the cracking of the engine down below as something seems to combust and explode. The ship seems to jerk unnaturally forward. But Ned, being unconscious, still holding the bundle of eggs in the background. Kez, give me a reflex save to see if you're knocked off the airship or not.
Oh shit. I should have grabbed on to the rigging. Oh no. Alright.
You got this. Maybe.
Okay. Like always, my reflex button doesn't work, so we're gonna pull out my dice with a skull in it because this for sure won't kill me. Okay,
Pirate dice, don't fail me now.
17.
As you manage to kind of like feeling the jerk of the ship grabbing hold of the of the ladder and like clamping down as you finish casting mending, you turn and crawl your way to the ship entrance. Just kind of one last glare at the iron umbrella like attachment onto the airship before you crawl inside.
So hoist up the mainsails, bind the hatch.
As you head below, the ship jerks into the air and starts flying. As it's not comfortable, the turbulence causing the thing to jerk side to side. Zilpip, this is not a fun or comfortable ride as you're kind of being launched side to side every time the ship moves. The hefty damage
Not
underneath.
so rough, gentlemen. Not so rough.
As the wind kind of
You know
shows
what?
through.
It's probably good that Ned's knocked out. I don't think he'd take well to raining meat.
Right? As you guys
Traumatize him for life.
As you guys go floating up at top speeds, eventually after about a half an hour of flying at top speeds, you manage to get to the top of the sky or the mountain. Managing to get to the cave entrance or into the city itself, you see as a large procession of frost giants and other a couple of groups of minor and mixed races kind of standing about as corpses are being tossed off by this large imposing figure in what I assume would be his black doctor's robes. Utham?
For Rhythm's outfit?
Yeah.
Clear
As you see him just chucking bodies of what looks to be large frost giants that are covered head to toe in tattoos and scars, many of them having really terrible gashes and damages to their body. As you kind of float above, watching this kind of go on, coming to a landing at the port, as the procession kind of finishes, is around the same time that you guys finally are able to de-dock and get to the ground. As Utham kind of, at this point, I imagine will be heading your direction from the cave entrance.
Yeah.
Why there of all places? There was no bodies there. Do they change spots every week?
What are you talking about?
We nearly died because she catapulted a giant corpse through us.
Oh, you were in the burial grounds.
But there was a house there. What?
The burial grounds.
There were no bodies there.
This is how we bury our dead.
Have you
That's not a burial.
handled
Yes, it is.
the
By
business
definition,
we
no.
discussed in the letter?
Are you going against frost giant burial customs? I'll just stare at Eider.
No, I'm saying it is by definition not a burial.
It's a burial.
It's a funeral rite. Burial is burying.
I mean, they're buried under the snow in the end.
The bodies will bury
Eider?
themselves in the snow. Yes.
This is the man who's going to help you with that little problem. I would not argue with him.
I'm surprised there was a house there to begin with. It's been there for a minute, too.
House.
Yeah, there was a
Shouldn't.
place down there.
Yeah, there shouldn't be. Shouldn't have been, at least. We haven't built anything over there. That's why it's the burial ground.
Probably the lycanthrope built a house there because there was easy food to get.
Like,
You know, I refuse to
Give
think
me
about this subject anymore.
I was say, you can give me a knowledge history if you want to see if this sounds fun. If you can gather why they're doing this and why you didn't see corpses down there. Not Utham. That is not an invite to Utham. I hope you would know this, Utham. That's just make very
I'm
clear.
only gonna keep these-
Oh, okay. I heard you typing. I'm like, don't you roll for something? You don't need to know that. You already know this.
No, I also didn't know if you were, before you got to bodies, I was wondering if you were asking about the lycanthropes. Like, I didn't know there was a lycanthrope down there. What do you mean?
No knowledge histories? Alright. Then never mind.
No one wants to make Utham proud?
Hang on, 1 second. I got it.
I can do a rolls. I thought you were talking specifically to one of those two.
Not to any of you. Oh, nice.
Hey.
Man, ooh, so that's interesting. Yeah, well, Actually, given your background, I'd say you'd know at least the basics of map working and like how like the where the cities of most of the major nations would be. Given that, I would state that the last map you would given the last map you would have probably bought either yourself, would have been back when you were still a noble and living at home, wouldn't have had this city on the map. This is newer than the maps that you had, given that was quite a while ago. You can do with that information what you will.
Yeah.
I think we're done here. We're going to go turn in that quest.
Also, Kez, you really need a shower.
I was gonna say Dom and Kez are both covered head to toe in nothing but blood.
I feel
Dom
like that's
looks
not that
like
weird.
this is. I was gonna say Dom looks like this is a situation he's likely been in before because he seems decently unfazed.
Right. When you want to talk, I'll be around. I kind of have a murder to look into.
Excuse me, sir. Are you a doctor?
I feel like at first I look around because no one here is that short, and then I
No.
look down.
Yeah, at a foot tall, that's basically up to your ankle.
Ah,
I'm walking
Hello
up with my metal umbrella.
Mary Poppins, yo.
A couple pieces of wood still stuck on the ends.
You're a man of medicine and science.
I liken myself to be, yes.
Oh. I didn't know people like you were around in this day and age and place. Well, that's pretty cool. Have you done much work into gene splicing?
I think Utham just blinked because I don't
What the
think
fuck's
genes
a
are-
gene? What the fuck's a gene?
You know, like denim that you wear?
What the fuck is denim?
Mayor Dan talked about this once.
Yeah, I see
I am
Utham sitting there looking at, hearing terms that he has never heard before.
I'm mostly a disease
Sorry,
specialist.
these are just snowbeard terms, I guess.
No, they're not.
I hear who looks just as lost. Yeah. Go ahead, Dom. What's up?
I think as Utham looks confused, Dom will kind of step forward and go, Regan Utham, this is Zilpip. He's a bit of a mentor in my travels. Zilpip, Regan Utham, I think you two would have a lot of good discussing your researches together. Might be able to work towards some common goals, perhaps.
Eider's in the background. Eider's in the background just shaking his head no, putting like an X to his throat, like trying to make it clear to Utham, we don't know this guy. Big little glowing sign that says, we don't know him.
Utham can also see I have a matching mask on my belt that looks like the one Zilpip has, but like giant size. I'm like, yes, the two figures I respect most meet each other.
Look, Utham will nod at all of this. He sees all their reactions, but Dom seems fine with it, so it's alright. And Utham will say, a proper introduction then. I'm Utham Grunaga. I liken myself as a doctor of diseases and natural prosthetics of a sort.
Oh. Well, that's pretty cool. Are you a necromancer?
No. I'm
No.
Although I will say, Utham does have skeleton hands covered in rock. This is hands.
I've heard of theoretical magics like this, but I've never seen it done. Where are my manners? My name is Zilpip of House Kung Pao. Very noble house where I come from. And I liken myself to be a more scientific alchemist. And I'm very fascinated by your work. Could I get a tour around your lab sometime?
You're more than welcome into the capital when I head back, but I'll be busy for the next day or so. Someone killed the mayor.
Where are we? I'm bad with maps. Is this
The
not
city
capital?
of this is the scholar city of Velcomen.
Oh. Wow, you got scholars here too. You know, I did not think that was going to be the case. That's
We
pretty cool.
currently run the only nationally I suppose globally accepted academy for anyone to join.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Awesome. Well, I'm gonna hang out with this little guy for a second, and then I'll pop by your lab, and we'll see what kind of information we can share.
I do suggest you be careful. The person killed was I'm very concerned. They were assassinated, but they were a dragon lord, and I'm not sure how it happened with no one noticing.
Who was assassinated?
The dragon lord I had running this city. He was known as Yaki Roxer in the world at large.
Oh, never heard of him. Well,
Actually,
must
Zilpip.
not be that important.
Zilpip, I
Sorry.
will say, Yaki Roxer's name. He is actually infamous as one of the most mad smiths of history, having created some of the most legendarily cursed items that the world has ever seen. Because they're just cursed that no one could figure out how to undo due to the level of difficulty.
Yeah, Zilpip will still say, never heard of him.
Fair enough.
But
I tried.
Interesting.
Yeah,
No,
what kind of check to figure out what Zilpip is?
There's no check. Like I said, he is a snow dwarf from all perspective.
Or
Like-
find out why he's so small. Would that be a heal check?
Yeah, I'll take a heal check for that.
Okay.
I think it's kind of fucked up to ask a person why they're small, but
That's why I'm not asking. I'm looking at this medically. I'm like, why is he so tiny? That's not normal. Because I'm looking at a Snowdwarf right next to him, and like, this is weird.
not wrong about that.
Dom seems to just be looking between the two and watching excitedly.
Well, the 35.
Kez is completely annoyed with his ration in hand watching this. At 35, as you look him up and down, he looks to suffer from what would be commonly known as, I don't know if I have a disease for dwarfism yet in this age, but something similar to what would be known as dwarfism. It's not common amongst giants, but many assume that is what makes a frost giant a stone giant, if they are not otherwise born that way, is that they are just born with what would be considered later dwarfism. Now, there's not really a terminology for it.
I'll make it for it.
What was that, Kez? Alright, we lost him. Go ahead.
We'll figure out what he wants to say when he gets back. Utham's just gonna pencil it into his little notebook with his because he has 2 mage hands that never go away. That'll pencil in a study disease that makes people tiny, and then he'll head off because he'll say he's gonna hang out with the others anyway. Because I have a murder to look into.
Mm-hmm.
If you're curious about Reagan Utham's research, I obviously can't share everything, but I know enough I could probably divulge a few things.
Well, that's very kind. I assume he's giving me a full tour anyway, so
I just
I appreciate that,
It's
but
not
I'll
often.
probably just get the information from the guy who wrote the book.
That is smart. I know Utham's does not often find people like-minded in the world in regards to medicine and research, so I think it would be good for you guys to converse.
Yes, yes, of
Like-minded
course.
with medicine. Yeah, no one like that out there in the
Kez over here again, still chewing on hardtack. Watching it. Kez, did you want to volunteer to teach Zilpip healing?
Yeah.
If you did, we can. I'm happy to give you a chance if you want to speak up.
No, I'm alright.
You sure? You seemed really upset a moment ago, so I want to make sure you got the option.
When I get
Yeah,
that
do you wanna
feeling,
be
I
in a
want
room with Utham and
sexual
Zilpip alone?
healing,
I just
sexual-
think that
people out here are just taking Kesnok for granted. You know, that's all I'm saying. That's all fine.
Or maybe you're just not healing enough for them to remember that you're the cleric.
You know, if they got hurt, maybe that would be the case.
But as you continue watching this on, Zilpip and Utham, are you guys gonna, I assume, just head off then on as Utham gives a tour of the city?
Well, Zilpip was going to head back later and get a tour in the capital city.
Oh, okay, got you. Alright.
But Dom, did you say you wanted something with Zilpip before he dipped?
Yeah, Dom does want to converse briefly with Zilpip before Zilpip leaves.
Sure. What's
yeah.
What's up?
Ader, I'm going back in the ship. I'm gonna clean myself off.
If you
just like, yeah, just leave your armor out for me, and I'll take care of it.
This is the two kind of head that.
Okay, it's good. I'm okay.
You might want a professional to clean that one out.
I can clean my armor.
I can clean you off.
No.
All right.
If you're free to have a talk, let's take a walk. And seems to gesture like too far, but like seemingly away from the group.
Oh, sure. You'll have to
Let me
excuse
find
me.
something.
My strides are much shorter than yours.
Dom seems to I think after the month spent on the ship, Dom kind of knows to walk slow.
Yeah.
on behalf of Zilpip.
Zilpip is actually going to float up into the air like crisscross applesauce, full like Yoda style, and just float along beside you.
Well, I hope you've been well. It's been a bit since I saw you. I wasn't worried you had died, just was worried perhaps some study of yours had gone awry since it had been a bit. I take it all's well.
All is very well. I killed a dragon, gained some land, made a couple friends, and put them in powerful positions. All has been incredible. Not much time for research, though.
Well, perhaps I'll have a topic of interest then. I actually have been trying to do a bit of research myself. I ran into this dwarven gentleman who had a book people couldn't see and knew things people shouldn't know. And I have a feeling perhaps him and you are similar in that. I requested knowledge on deal for him to have room and board on the ship and received a vision of sorts. A dragon, funnily enough, who said I could get my information either by something tedious staying here, studying the kobolds in this land, or he said I could kill you. I think that's a drastic move, but I did think if you have the information, I'm sure I could speak to you and we could work something out. Yes?
So, a snowbeard wants to kill me.
Well,
he has a
dragon,
book that's invisible.
It was a weird, black-haired, purpled and red-eyed figure. Quite short, actually. It was in a place that was covered in this black and red ooze. I'm not familiar with it, actually. No trees, no life, just some kind of ooze it was collecting.
Does that sound familiar to me?
Go for the ooze? Wait, I'm trying to remember the ooze myself now here for context.
Yeah, it was a vision of a continent with red and black ooze. There was a purple and red-eyed figure that morphed into a crystalline dragon and then was speaking with Dom.
Ah, yes. Okay. The ooze. Give me a. We'll just do a general intelligence check for a knowledge check.
Sure.
See if anything sparks your mind.
Sure. Straight intelligence.
Yeah, because this would be assumedly you'd be going through all your knowledge here.
Gotcha. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, pretty bad. Okay, so double what most players can manage. All right. As you kind of think for a second, there's not a name, nothing that sounds familiar. I mean, could be colorium. If you heated that up enough, it could make an ooze. But a dragon, this colorium, all this sounds completely wonky and
So-
doesn't make any sense.
A dragon with one red eye and one purple eye. That's crystalline. Was it like whitish, palish, kind of cream color? Crystalline?
Royce, I don't have it in my notes, so I can't remember if you told me. What color was the dragon when it transformed?
The dragon itself was slightly translucent.
Okay.
As you think about it.
Not white. It was almost translucent. Almost like iridescence. Not quite see-through, but not quite solid.
As they describe this move, it sounds strange to you because, as you think for a moment, Zilpip, that was something you thought about doing at one point, creating a creature of this sort, but you chose a different path at that point, as decided to instead retract it and go a different way. This doesn't sound right to you.
Interesting. And this figure came to you and told you to kill me?
I asked this bargeous fellow for information. I touched the book that isn't there but is there. I proceeded to have the vision. The figure saw me and grew into its dragon form and asked me what I was asking. Said something about me seeking ultimate knowledge I've not yet deserved, something ominous. I, again, said what I was there for. How do I gain this knowledge? And it told me I could kill you and take your knowledge, which is the easiest option. I have doubts as to how I would take knowledge from a dead man, as someone who isn't a magic user, and offered alternatively I could enter the Kobold lands and search the origins of their people, their lands. I have plans to do that anyway, but I figured if it wanted you dead, it would be good to speak to you about it. I have no plans to raise a blade against you, even if you can't offer me the information, rest assured. But I figured something like that, wanting you dead, seems like information you'd want. Unless you often have dragons, if that's what it was, wanting you dead? I don't actually know.
No, I do not. That is information I wanted to know. Thank you very much for delivering it. I don't know if you want some kind of reward. I have gold or whatever, but
Just
but
two.
yes.
If you want to offer a reward, I just have two questions for you. Really, I wasn't telling you out of a material gain. You've offered me mentorship, and I respect that enough to have given it to you. But I would not say no to information. Honestly, these days, probably worth more than gold to me.
Heard. I like that. So, what can I answer for you?
First one, less important, more just out of a caution and a curiosity. I pull out the metal cylinder and kind of carefully holding it between my fingers. I wasn't sure what this did and if I touched something, if it would explode or not. Is this something that can kill?
It certainly is. What I can tell you is
I
that.
think my signal dropped.
Oh,
Did we lose you, Dom? I think we lost Dom.
oh no!
Give it a minute.
Like
Oh.
this. Yeah.
Oh, welcome back.
Maybe.
Dom, no, I think
No.
that was a last minute, like a stir, the rigor mortis as the body tries.
It was the final breath. You know,
Yeah. It croaked.
Doesn't get
Yeah.
heaven.
Yow!
No. God damn it. We'll give Dom a second.
The releasing of one's bowels upon death.
Okay, I'm gonna pause recording.
I mean, as a son-like figure to Utham, I imagine in order to show the most respect, you would have to hug me like the furthest you could. Surely.
We return. Now you may finally ask your question of Zopip.
Okay, so Dom's first question was basically saying it wasn't really an important question, but felt the need to ask what the metal cylinder you gave him was, and kind of held it up and was like, is this thing dangerous? Is there a way to activate it? Like, was just like, hey, what did you just give me like a half an hour ago?
Yes. So, it is. What I can tell you about it is this: it is, pressurized.
Oh my god, my Wi-Fi just dropped.
No, not
No,
again.
you're gonna have to repeat that again.
Fuck.
Sorry.
It's pressurized, so it will
Okay.
kind of explode under distress.
Okay.
But not in like an incendiary way. There is super cold liquid in that.
Cold.
Probably
explosion.
not. Yeah, probably not super useful in these lands, but throughout your travels, it should be more useful. Should freeze just about anything.
So you say if I put it under enough pressure or force, it'll just dominates in like an explosion gesture.
Zilpip will take one out of his bag.
Oh no.
And he'll show Dom. He'll it's like two very small like segments kind of like screwed together and then like welded shut with just like a kind of light weld that you can pretty easily like twist and break through, which Zilpip, tiny, not a strong looking guy, but he breaks through the metal weld with kind of ease, and he goes and chuck it, and he throws it like up into the air, and
like a corpse.
Sorry?
Said like a corpse.
Like a corpse, 100%. It detonates into a cloud of like almost steaming, bubbling liquid that freezes anything it touches.
Dom watches and you
You
see like
hear guards start shouting, alarm, screaming. Troops are running down with armor. There is a nation suddenly on edge and ready to attack as they are armed. The ships that were docked a moment ago cannons are being moved. You are now surrounded by around 30 or 40 frost giants.
We are in town, aren't we? Yeah.
The edges.
I forgot people
don't
cared
worry,
about that.
gentlemen. Guards. John is speaking in giant. This is part of the burial rites. Snowbeard thing. Rest assured, there's no attack. Reagan Utham can rest. Well, this is just part of their rites.
Roll bluff.
And I will attempt diplomacy or bluff, would
That's
you say?
bluff, because you're telling a lie.
Okay, I would say I am trying to throw in the, like, let Reagan Utham know, like, I know the guy.
Yeah, but that doesn't
Okay,
that doesn't mean he approved it.
My dom senses are
That's
tingling.
Oh, it does not matter. Let's see. That would be a 26.
26.
I'm calm, cool, and collected. Yeah.
As you manage to keep yourself collected, one of the guards looks at you and goes, "The Regan will be here in a moment. You're still being held until, and no more explosions or we put a spear through you."
Ooh.
Perfectly.
And we got the guy with the water trident ready to go.
What's a
Wait, that
water-
guy's act. Wait, that guy's actually Wait a minute.
That guy. Oh man, I didn't know he was still alive. I thought he would have been
He's
like.
teleported all over the place. It's the running gag of Where's Waldo.
He can control the ocean with a trident. Oh god.
He's in the
Mr.
opposite of an
Pitchfork.
ocean.
Utham's like, where is he? Where is that piece of shit?
As a few seconds go by, you hear as the loud rumbling of the city kind of starts to come to fruition as a cloud of dust can be seen from the palace itself all the way down the road. As almost in a millisecond, Regan Utham stands beside his guards, all who are still armed. The Regan himself, I assume, also armed with his weapon in hand.
I have my scythe out, yeah.
I was just kind of standing there. Yeah, I've since subtly pocketed the canister Zilph gave me, and I've just been standing very calmly, like arms clasped behind my back, waiting for Uthan to show up, looking, just like this maybe has happened before, or just like, yeah, I gotta wait for Dad.
Look, I imagine
Excuse me, sir.
I get there and I'm like expecting gloom again because I'm like, oh, not this shit again. And then I just see those two and I just slump and I'm like, oh god damn it.
These officers are throwing their power around and really not be servants of the people. I demand to speak to their supervisor at once.
The guard looks at you and goes, "I'm literally the captain of the guard here. What? I am the supervisor." That I don't wear a badge. My name.
Can I just put a
Reagan.
hand on the captain's shoulder and just say, I'll deal with it.
I'm gonna run a spear through his head before the end of the day. Jesus. Then he turns and starts walking away with the soldiers.
You have all your laws written out like in a constitution of some kind? Because I didn't see any no explosion rules on there.
I mean, would you like a copy of the laws? I can get you one.
Probably. Just Tom's like looking over.
We mostly live
watching the
basic
cars leave.
rules. Don't cause a ruckus. Don't cause an explosion that's going to make people think they're being attacked by assassins again.
Yeah, Zilpip kind of nods, holding his hand out, waiting.
Fucking all hands.
Yeah.
Write out some laws for them.
I do apologize for the disturbance. We thought, being on the edge of town, I didn't think. I mean, admirable the guards reacted quickly, given recent circumstances, but I didn't think something thrown over the cliff would have set them off.
As Zilpip said they'd be right back, we're gonna jump away from you two. And jump over to Eider and Kez, who are in the ship currently, and I assume at this point, having cleaned himself off, enjoying a meal of some sort.
Yes.
Yeah, just eating whatever's on the ship. I don't even know what we have aboard.
I was gonna say, unless you're gonna head into town, basically, after now waiting for a few moments, hearing suddenly a light explosion, and looking out, kind of seeing the large guard response.
I mean, I wouldn't be the one to leave Dom behind, so.
You're gonna stay in the ship, kind of watching them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Making sure nothing goes wrong. I wouldn't leave my teammates behind.
Aw.
You keep specifying that like you're planning to leave them behind. I'm concerned.
It is
No, I'm
sounding
making
like
it
exciting.
very clear that even if I may want to, I won't.
Fair. Ida, what about you? Are you staying on the ship with Kez, or anything you want to do while this as you watch all this kind of going down?
I just wanted to have a conversation with Kez.
Yeah, as you two kind of find yourself sitting at the table together, enjoying what looks to be kind of a mix of hardtack and some meat rations that have been kind of saved. You two kind of find yourselves sitting across from each other.
So, Kez, been something I've been meaning to try and talk to you about.
Yeah.
Well, I guess a few things, really. So, what do you know about souls?
Royce, what do I know about souls?
They're a lot like bean burritos. And that the DM was eating one. Go ahead and roll me a knowledge religion. And hope for that really high 31 again.
Yeah, right. Unfortunately, I don't have anything in intelligence, so knowledge religion ain't exactly gonna do me much.
A cleric who's not very religiously knowledgeable. You know, he's good at his own religion. That's what matters.
You know, it is strange how clerics aren't supposed to have high intelligence. All it is wisdom is what they need.
Yeah, because it's a thing of learning through experience rather than learning
To be
through
fair,
books.
everything's supposed to have decent intelligence 3.5 because it's such a fucking broad need.
Yeah. It's not a dump stat in 3.5.
17.
17.
On my skull dice.
As you think for a moment, souls are generally classified under the idea of like, from your understanding, that is where your god draws the line. The body cannot be desecrated, and the soul cannot be forcibly taken. However, a willing soul is fully welcomed. The understanding is that when the body passes, the soul leaves it and heads to the afterlife, where Ella will typically decide whether they are going to be sent to a horrible, evil place that is not mentioned in any texts or anything that you've read, or to be sent to a place of paradise, basically. And that is she is the one who will kind of judge and balance that by keeping the souls there. Otherwise, there's not much done on research. There's some notes of like snow dwarfs being able to forge weapons with souls, though from your own religious perspective, you would know that as kind of considered evil and taboo, due to how they forcibly tie like criminal souls to weapons to make weapons that'll be for war. And there are a couple other nations that do similar to that. Not many have found a way to do it with willing individuals.
Mm-hmm.
What I know of souls is, well, they are what make us. And upon our death, my god is pretty much the judge, in which she decides where the souls go, whether it is damnation or paradise. It is not up to us as mere mortals to deal with these souls in a way that puts us to the same level as what my deity does, deciding the fate of one's afterlife. My religion views soul smithing in itself as a very taboo and evil thing. We do not. Kez is trying to struggle with words as this is a very touchy subject.
Yeah, kind of playing with his food as he looks down, I imagine.
Yeah, exactly. You know, kind of like tapping the hardtack on the table, kind of anxious, just as even though he knows Ader has no actual bad intentions, at least as so far as he thinks, that the idea of dealing with souls is just horrible, as they shouldn't be here. on this plane, they should be judged and sent to their proper afterlife. Keeping a soul on this plane is like torture.
How would you?
Go ahead, sorry.
I can see why you're very morally offended by it, if that's what you think.
I am. If I did sense any kind of evil from you, I don't know what I would do. You don't seem like a bad guy, so I'm conflicted.
Let me put some of your mind at ease. I'm not a soulsmith. Also, to one of your points, we're not the only ones that have souls.
I know that.
So you know items have souls. Concepts have souls.
Concepts have souls.
Yep.
Then nonetheless, they deserve the same respect as any other soul.
Right. But they exist here because that's where they exist.
Yes, our souls also exist here.
Right?
And after their time is up, they are sent to the deity.
But if their time is never up, they're just part of the world.
That should not happen.
I gesture to like this like kind of elaborate robe that Ider's been wearing since we started off like one of our quests, and says, "This is part of the world. It's a part that believes in good. It's elementally aligned to it, actually. It's concepts of nobility and justice, the idea that life can be made better. That's what it's made out of."
So you're telling me you created a soul?
No. I'm saying I have asked it, and it has lent me its power.
So then explain to me how these souls come to be.
I couldn't begin to try and explain the entirety of creation.
So are these souls always existing? They are not created? An item, like you say, how does an item get its soul?
Item, I imagine, gets its soul whenever it's created. It's the hopes and the dreams of the person that creates it that gives it form.
So then it isn't a soul.
It is and it isn't. Hey Royce, can I take one cinematic liberty?
Feel free.
Awesome. Ider pushes his hand in front of him, and just like slowly grasps it around something, and you see an ephemeral blue warhammer form into existence from nothing.
Okay.
He says, "This is one of the things I can form. It's interesting. It's not quite the same. It's factored by willingness to protect, willing to fight for an ideal. I can't quite make it out, but I've always wanted to make it for truth."
Well, it sounds like to me it's not its own soul, but just a part of yours.
Partially. I put my own self into these things when I use them. Part of them, though, and part of them exist without anyone interacting with them. They're just collections of what people leave behind. Their actions, their deeds, their thoughts, their emotions, even the little things that people don't take notice of. They'll get left behind in the world.
Sounds more of a stored memory to me than an actual soul.
Yeah, entomologically speaking, it's debatable.
Ader, you have not shown to me that you are nefarious in any way. But I do not think we will probably ever see eye to eye on this matter. I will not stop you in your creations as long as it's not taking a soul from any recently departed or any living mortal being. Creating an item without any of those, I'm perfectly okay with. If it has this metaphorical soul, that it just is made from the feelings and the wants of people who created them, that is fine by me.
Just kind of give like a slow nod and say, well, that part's good. The second part might not be as easy.
I do get a sense for when real souls are used. I had that feeling with Dom. So I'll know if you do it. Dom can't control what they do. It is a curse. But I'll know if you do it. What you have is a crafter's mind. It's not a curse. I've no reason to hold any grudge towards you, nor to Dom. I have no problems with you. But please be considerate when dealing with the kind souls of folk. Even those undeserving of kindness still deserve to be judged by the mother in the end.
I just kind of like smiles and nods and says, "It, part of my family contributes to it. They're happy memories. Yours. It's hard to wield this kind of thing and take that for granted."
I can assure you, Ader, there are none of my happy memories in your weapon.
I wouldn't be so sure.
You misunderstand me, Ader. But that's fine.
Do you think you're that miserable, or do you just dislike violence?
Suffering builds character, Ader. I'll bat him on the shoulder. I need to go into prayer.
Trust me, I'm well acquainted with suffering. But you seem like you need some time to yourself.
As Kez kind of turns and heads towards the stairs, heading down to the second deck to get himself a room to himself and to go into prayer, leaving Eider there to kind of eat in silence and listen in on the situation outside if he so chooses to pop the door open up above. But as you two finish, we'll jump back over to Zilpip, Utham, and Dom as we see, assuming Dom is still there. Dom, if you're, I don't know if you've lost signal again.
I don't know. I've just been muted listening to this great RP.
No,
Hell
making
yeah,
sure.
gang.
You're good, yeah. Alright, yeah, as we jump back over to the three of you, the guards, the army now having walked away, kind of grumbling, Utham now just kind of staring down at you as after handing Zilpip the Book of Laws.
Lost forests.
Yeah.
Do I find something there that prohibits explosions?
There is a written rule that Utham wrote in front of you saying no explosions.
Wait, but did you just write it down?
There's also a rule that says, that was there beforehand, that says don't cause a commotion in town without clearing it with the mayor first.
Don't cause a commotion?
Yes! You did an unlisted explosion in the middle of town!
Excuse me.
Not
First
middle,
things first.
outskirts.
I caused a kerfuffle, not a commotion. And a gentleman would know the difference.
Wrong guy to say that to.
I don't think Utham's a gentle man at all.
No, I mean, as in when Utham Utham hearing this with the ego he has, that, you know what, I'll let the player play.
I'm just staring. He's still speaking. I'm waiting to see where this goes.
A gentleman would know the difference between a kerfuffle and what was the thing you said?
A commotion.
Commotion. Yes. That being said, is there like a fine I see in the book?
No, it just says don't do it.
It just says don't do it.
Yeah.
And what is the penalty for a hypothetical commotion?
Sacrifice! Sacrifice! Kez singing in his Kez singing in his prayers.
Okay, look. Normally it'd be up to whoever runs the town, but the mayor just died yesterday.
Ooh,
We're gonna
I could be there.
We're gonna let it off this time because it's
You don't
like
wanna
trying time to deal with it. We have another mayor already lined up, but
Unfortunate.
I don't think you'd want to be tied down to this place and all the semantics of laws, Zilpip. You seem more of a traveling type.
Tell me, you have daughters, Utham?
I have no children of blood, at least.
Ah, incredible.
Dom kind of puffs his chest up a bit.
I am in need of a title being granted, and I am willing to pay heavily for it.
I know where this is going.
Kesinok's spider senses are tingling. The I hate Zilpip senses are tingling, Kez.
What kind of title would you need?
Simply for you to claim one as your daughter and heir. A princess, if you will.
Dom's kind of side-eyeing with him, waiting to see what he says.
I don't think many would care if I claimed someone as a child. I think there'd be a large political issue if I claimed a person as my heir who's not directly related or from here. I can technically do a princess as a
Would
claim.
revolt be your fear?
Because technically, I look at Dom. Technically, I have an heir.
Okay, then just a daughter.
Who am I claiming? Why? And what are you offering?
I will offer you the same thing I have offered many world leaders. I will offer you 1 gallon, yes, that's 1 gallon, sir, of my special Zilpip sauce.
Just gonna wait for him to explain what that is.
Going on
Why
the
not?
Yeah, Dom was
going on the
I
record.
just keep my eyes locked with you. I do not explain.
Going on the record. Greg turned this deal down. I'm on Kez's side.
Dom
I-
was here to ask some questions. I'm completely railroaded. I'm just watching and like a mix of
Does-
curiosity and a little bit of concern.
I gotta ask, does Dom look just as lost as I do?
Yeah, you see, Dom clearly like was having some kind of conversation, some kind of discussion that went awry, and is clearly now completely lost. Like he has no idea what this mentor of his is talking about. He has no idea about the air stuff. He's just as lost as you, and you could clearly see it on Dom's face as he's like looking between the two of you.
I can't believe I'm gonna ask this. What is this sauce you speak of?
Ah, yes, my Zilpip special sauce. Well, do you think it would be a commotion or a kerfuffle if I dropped some of it here, Dom?
Do you ask Dom if it'll cause a kerfuffle?
Yeah.
Yeah, I asked Dom if he thinks it would be more of a commotion or a kerfuffle.
Is this the same thing we just did or something different?
Oh, yes, no, not the same. This is the first one that I gave to you.
I think he kind of seems to pause and think for a moment. I would label it a kerfuffle, but I think the townspeople would label it a commotion, and I think that's the opinion that matters.
So we are at a standstill. Regan Utham, would you accompany us outside the city limits?
I suppose I could do that.
Alright, let me roll for the incoming gloom attack in the background.
Swear to God.
Oh,
I'm
yes,
ki-
let me get some XP.
No,
Hey,
this
hey,
is a joke.
If Gloom attack, this is one hell of a way for Zilpip to
Make
come.
me more powerful.
If it's a
It's
joke,
so helping. I'm a friend.
I am
We're
nuking
XP
you from
grinding.
space, Zilpip. I hope you know that.
You, the only person who could is Zilpip. Motherfucker. I know. Cool. So yeah, we'll go outside. And I'll launch off a to be clear, 2-ounce vial of this stuff that explodes into about a 30-foot radius, so 60-foot diameter. Gas kind of spreading continuously before it's blown away by the wind. And I assume Utham has senses kind of beyond that of a normal guy.
He does.
So you'd be able to see and feel the invisible fire that's kind of licking all around the area.
When you go to throw it, you actually see Utham lift up his eye patch, and the other eye looks perfectly fine as he looks on.
Oh, wait, no, Utham, you've lost your night vision. You no longer have your dark vision automatically queuing off when the sun goes down now.
Because little do most people know, I wore the eye patch so I wouldn't have to look at Greg.
Oh, you're
Just my
talking
other-
about. I suffer from the same curse as Kez. I'm just so beautiful that everyone's physically attracted to me. It's not.
Utham's left eye is blind. He didn't want to see Greg.
Incredible.
Alright, as you throw
yeah,
off the bomb, though,
you'll
exploding.
see a little display. And I go, and 1 gallon, because I'm sure we have different sort of measurements. 1 gallon would be 64 of those.
While it is certainly interesting, I can't deny that I'm interested. There is another thing that would probably be just as easy. I'd also be looking for a less material, but you'd be very useful. I take you as a very smart man, if Dom's taking you as a teacher of sorts.
Oh, well, that's very generous.
I've been trying to raise the, I guess, intelligence in general of my people. It's why I built the academy. I don't really care what you teach, in particular, as long as it helps. It could be something very basic. If you'd be willing to teach a few classes, I'd definitely be willing to take, I guess, an honorary princess in this case.
Distant merchant in the background that you can see selling pitchforks that all have claiming that they can pitchfork water with them.
Utham just sighs and acts like...
It's definitely a tourist item, like it's an obvious like trap, but the fact that people are falling for it and actually you can see them like trying to stab water in the barrel that's set out for them to test it with is quite entertaining.
As you can tell, it's quite challenging being the intellectual type to lead what they would describe themselves as a nation of raiders and barbarians.
Ah.
You hear a few frost giants walking by. Oh, go ahead.
That is what I expected to find here. You were the outlier.
Regretfully.
Let's talk logistics then. How long would you like me to teach for? How many classes, and does my payment lean on me being successful in raising the intellects of these barbarians?
I'd say partially how many lessons and what exactly you're planning on teaching.
Well, what would you wish me to teach?
Let's see. I personally teach classes on medicine. More of the base sciences would be nice. We haven't been able to find anyone for something like that yet. The champions of Pyrus only share so many people, and most of them don't like to teach. They prefer to be students.
A course on common sense, maybe?
Surprisingly, our wisdom is not bad.
You tell me that, and you have guys stabbing water? Alright.
Listen, one of them did it successfully, and 1 out of 100 isn't terrible.
This all started because they saw someone do it. It's not like a rumor thing. They saw him do it.
When you're a sorcerer, don't know it.
There is a form of magic that is very simple and mundane to learn. In a land I come from, they've called it physics.
As he says physics, you hear the word universal come out.
Huh.
Man, that's a cool theme park.
It's an actual school of magic, surprisingly.
It is. It's like the non-specific school of magic.
Yep, any class can learn it.
I kind of just talk an eyebrow. Universe. I think Utham knows some universal spells.
Well, I could teach some classes on that. Included in that would be probably simple machines, pulleys, levers, ramps, screws, as well as maybe some light engineering and construction courses.
You hear again architecture instead, but yeah.
Yep. Well, I think it is called architecture engineering.
The skill, yeah.
Yeah. We could do it off time, or we could do it, as I'd probably prefer, until your students are at a somewhat acceptable level to pass on the basics.
Ooh. That one sounds less likely to me. But a reasonable request. How many students would I be teaching?
DM, with the size of the school, accepting people, what would be the average class size in a school like this, where it's kind of just you show up and learn, because it's not really like enrolling?
Open, you have rooms that could fit up to almost 1,000 individuals. The average class, probably no more than like 6.
Dom, kind of makes a gesture, like, I'd be willing to attend and help convince others to attend if needed.
Between
not
6 and
traveling
10,
close.
roughly, at your discretion. You may pick your preferred students among the academy, as long as you can convince them to learn from you.
Then, under these circumstances, I think we have a deal.
Very well. Then I guess it's time for me to meet my soon-to-be daughter? This is a new feeling.
Yes, she's actually very nearby.
Hunter, I'm sorry. He doesn't know he's talking about you. God.
Kez is in his room right now, so yeah, go ahead, Dom.
I'm in deep prayer right now, boys.
Before we get to that, if you have a moment, Zilpip, I did have one last question for you.
Yes. What was that question?
Utham would likely also love to hear about this. The question I asked the dragon that they informed me I should kill you for, he kind of does air quotes. I need the information you have in regards to any sort of magic in specifically materials with souls. I believe I've heard rumors of crystals and things that are powered by or hold or interact in some way with them.
there are certain materials that are better at stabilizing soul magic and acting as a sort of catalyst for it. What, I guess, did you want to know about these materials?
We have something we're trying to fix, I suppose. And me personally, I'm trying to understand how these things work better due to some stuff in my past, you could say. I'm trying to locate these materials to better understand them, know how they form, how they work, how they interact with souls and magic in general. There's no information. Me and Regan Utham, have looked for years. I've went on a bit of a pilgrimage, and I traveled far, and I found nothing. There's nothing. It's
In
frustrating.
the time you were gone, I found 2 creatures, one of which I no longer know where it is, and one I don't have access to, that could probably do as we're hoping. But one ran away as I looked towards the kobold, like the rough direction of the kobold lands. And one of them's in the
scowls.
I'll have to find that little bastard out again. You know, for being so fat, he's more slippery than you'd think.
Doc's kind of looking at
Yes.
Zilpip to see what he says.
Yeah, for sure. Well, how about this? I will go back through PMs just to make sure I'm not tripping about something. Yeah. Zilbit pulls out some. What's it called, Royce? Solium?
As you reach into your inventory, it is no longer there.
Damn.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Who gave that to me again?
Most of that material came from when you were in the Age of Monsters. Well, technically Age of Tears, I believe it was, but yeah.
Somebody gave me, as a reward, some sort of like soul stone.
If you want to PM me,
It is
yeah.
gone now.
Yeah.
I don't. Wow, Kez. Listen, I can't even tempt you with an evil pact to take care of everything. All right.
Nope.
I tried.
Listen, despite everything, I'm not gonna wish
Well-
death on Zilpip.
That's good to know.
That can change.
I cannot find it. I will find it later. We'll just say it's not there then. I'll see what I can do to track down some of this material and maybe put it into some of my classes.
Yes, if you can find information, I cannot speak on behalf of Regan Utham, but I would make deals with you, offer to help you obtain it, payment of course, and obviously, should you have information, we can discuss more details into my specific research and perhaps a bit more of my past, but this is a public space and I would not be comfortable disclosing sensitive information here.
As
Kind of
Zilpip is
gestures. I'm sure the guards are gone, but
Yes,
they
around.
left. I'd like to hand something to Zilpip if he's planning on looking into this.
Oh.
It is one of the resource maps because I know I have access to them because of the Champions of Pyrrhus, and there's only one deposit of soul metal in the entire world.
Yeah.
And it is in the Gloomlands.
Yup.
And I'm going to show that. I'm going to hand the map to Zilpip. Just if you decide to look into it, for obvious reasons, I can't enter their lands.
For sure. Cool. I'll just.
I
I'll
was kind
take
of
that then.
peeking down to look. To Ziltip Shore is kind of just looking.
I would say the map, Dom, you recognize. There are the exact same copies of that map already in the in the large academy itself, going up the pillars. It has like maps of each of the continents in different
Okay.
versions that they've been given access to. So the public records are updated whenever they're
Just-
allowed.
Taking note of like where specifically it's marked on the map. Like I'm trying to memorize it.
Yeah, it's like upper middle of the Gloomlands.
Mhm.
Also, that con is so metal dense.
Kez has found his. See, what Kez says he's going to prayer. What he's really doing is he's got a secret stash of chocolate bars down there he's chewing on. And while he does his prayers, is what you're hearing. You know, this hardtack and meat, he pretends, oh yeah, that's his normal day. No, man's got a sweet tooth down there. Don't, you
I
know.
do got a sweet tooth. Keznok and Tuntun do share one similar facet.
But
It's wild. It's like people make characters that are similar to them.
as Dom, as you kind of watch as Zilpip kind of heads into town, I assume to continue about his own business. Utham, I assume you are either following after to continue discussion of the resource map and take it to the academy.
I'm also waiting for when Dom wants that medical checkup they asked for.
Yes. I would say if Utham looked to be leaving, Dom would kind of turn to him and go, I know you're dealing with business, so it can wait, but given what happened in my party's concerns, I would rather sooner than later have that checkup we discussed, and I can, of course, disclose more of what happened. Also, I'm concerned about Eider's situation.
I have a small lab in the academy. We can talk while we work.
I would be happy to do so.
Then let us away.
So, Eider's situation all started with a storm giant who has a nation-sized army, as I'll start walking.
You guys continue.
Oh boy.
As you head off, Kez, after about another 30 minutes, are you staying in prayer, staying on the ship, or what's the plan? Ned's still conked out on the top deck, or on the first deck with the captain's quarters and the pilot's chair.
I want to get this lycanthrope off my fucking ship. I'm gonna go turn this god for fucking sake and quest.
Alright, as you go and grab the remains of the dead wolf and start kind of heading up. I imagine Eider's still sitting on the top of the captain's quarters, pilot's like top deck, kind of eating away.
I think Eider's been like kind of feeling restless, so he like suited up. And like conveniently is just like ready to head out, like as Kez like rounds to the corner with the fucking body.
Oh yeah, as you come up, Kez, you see as Eider's fully armored, watching, kind of like looking out the window, watching what's going on, staring up at the door, ready to go.
Alright, let's go turn this bounty.
Sure.
Oh, actually, should we... Because our ship's currently like in the middle of fucking town, right?
No, you're it's parked at the port, like the actual ports that are set up in this area. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you guys just parked a little a little further back from the entrance since they were doing the funeral.
Yep, I'll throw the body over my shoulder, and you've got the copper, right? That we found.
Yep, and the Bojan.
Okay. Cool.
I think Dom has the chainmail.
No, Dom can't carry that. That was on a chest we brought onto the ship. I just put it down in the party funds because I couldn't remember if we were turning those in or not. Dom would maybe have the 300 gold in the party funds, but would not have the items. I can't carry those.
We'll find it. Let's just bring the copper and the potion for now. If they ask about the clothing, then we'll bring it to them.
Maybe we should ask what it is that they got stolen first. Because there is a chance they hear we've got 12,000 copper or 120,000 copper, and just kind of just make like a sticky fingers motion.
Oh yeah, I'll be sure to ask what they've lost. If it's just like food and supplies, all the food they was rotted. There was just crates of rotted shit. Yeah, let's go turn this shit in.
As the two of you head into town, it takes about a good half an hour of walking, as you kind of keep a decent pace. At this point, Ader, while you're slow, walking into town, you're starting to get used to keeping up at a light jog with the party. It's not great, but, hey, it keeps you in good shape. You're able to eat more after the end of the day, so it's not too bad of a thing.
I do purposely slow down a bit so that Ader doesn't have to completely catch up with my walk speed of 40 feet.
I think you have half the walk speed, right, Ader?
No, I'm at 30 because of the calorium boots.
Oh, that's right, because of the calorium boots. That's correct. I forgot about that. Yeah, as you two as you slow down, kind of managing to keep pace with it. I thought you were slower. I apologize for that. As the two of you continue up towards the academy, you manage after about half an hour of a good pace of walking to finally come across the large academy itself. The 4 pillars each now kind of set up, the 3 already well designed with their own shops or their own guilds individually. A 4th seemingly being set up with a new kind of business being moved in, though nothing seemingly yet open, as much of it looks to be under construction. As you head up towards the Frozen Brain Guild, kind of heading towards these stairs. I believe it was 13 flights of stairs up to the top. As you guys manage to climb up, seeing a young frost giantess kind of working behind the desk as you guys manage to get to the top. She kind of smiles. Sen just kind of sitting there finishing his last painting as he works quite hard at painting what looks to be a portrait of the young receptionist at the guild's desk. She kind of looks over to you and kind of smiles and goes, are you the, what was it, Sen's Calorium Squad or something like that?
No, that's not our name.
Then gives a thumbs up.
That is the name we registered it under.
It is.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Because none of you had a name to register and they needed a name, so Sen had one.
Sen gave them his signet ring to use so you guys could actually get paid.
Alright. We'll change that soon, but yeah, that's us.
She nods and goes, perfect. Sen here said he was letting you lot continue, so you're keeping all funds from today's quest. He's been out and about and said you're pretty much on your own for another day from the last I spoke. And she looks over at Sen, kind of watching him silently painting. She kind of looks back at you and goes, is this the quest that Hroten put up?
The White Wolf. Unfortunately, we weren't able to bring it in alive.
This isn't,
It was a lycanthrope.
Yeah, that's Nishobo. He's a hunter that's hired here as an adventurer.
He was the White Wolf.
That's strange. We sent him to go take out the White Wolf. Interesting. She kind of looks at you and goes, oh, okay, well, I don't doubt you're lying. Otherwise, and she kind of looks up towards a gemstone at the top of the ceiling. It's kind of like lightly glowing a faint green. And she goes, well, I guess then if that's not glowing, you're telling the truth. So, by chance, did he have the 3 giant casks of ale that he had stolen, that the White Wolf had stolen? They were worth, the ale was an ancient ale from the O'Garan stockpile. This was worth, hundreds of thousands of gold pieces. I hope they didn't drink it before they before you managed to recover it.
Unfortunately, as we were trying to get things together, the funeral procession happened and had summarily chased us out of there.
She kind of looks at you and goes, give me a bluff check. Because you're not lying, but you're not telling the full truth here.
I don't want to tell her that.
You don't know what happened.
Because I don't know what happened to the rest of it.
Yeah.
It was there, but we were chased out with, damage to the tavern.
And as Idar has made very clear in the past, you're not doing the talking here.
That'll be a 34.
34. She just kind of looks at you and goes, "Either do you like show any change of expression, or are you just keeping completely solemn in this situation?"
I'm doing my best to keep solid because this lady thought I was the person that had the bounty last time, and now we've ratified the bounty is real. So I'm trying to make sure and work more on that disguise and praying she just kind of forgets that I told her my name at one point.
I mean, I assume you have your helmet down at this point while you're in here, so just in case, trying to make it so you're not as obvious.
I'm just a taciturn dwarf in full plate.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here.
She just kind of looks over at you and then looks over at Ida and then looks back at you, Kez, and goes, "Huh. Well, that's unfortunate. I guess I'll let Regan Utham know. He'll probably send a squad to recover it anyways. Are you fine with you'll lose 50 gold for the payment for not bringing back the stolen goods since he's dead, and we can't conclude that this was fully his own doing."
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand.
She nods and slides over the 450 gold pieces.
Thank you, and I am sorry that I wasn't able to bring it in alive. That was my full intention. Things just got hairy.
She kind of shrugs and goes, "Hey, that's what everyone says these days. It's understandable. If life was easy, we wouldn't all be living in caves."
True that.
She goes, "Hey, but I do have a piece of information for you if you're interested."
Oh.
There's a gentleman that's kind of coming around these parts. He's been seeing a snow dwarf. And she kind of leans over to you, kind of looking over at Ida and kind of sizing Ida up for a second, kind of dismissing him and looking back to you, Kaz, and goes, He's worth like 2 billion gold pieces if you turn his bounty in. I'm just giving you a heads up. If you see him, he's supposedly some craftsman. Young Snowbeard goes by the name of Frosthammer or Frost something. I don't know. His first name's Eider, so if you see him, bring him through. I can take care of the bounty for you. You just gotta bring him up without him knowing.
All right. D'Artagnan, I look at Eider. Do you... I mean, it's quite presumptuous of me to say, but do you know any other... Do any of your kin share that name? Yes, of course. Sorry, but he doesn't recognize that name.
You see the green light flashes, and she goes, "That's strange. It only flashes when people are lying."
I mean, I can't understand a word he says.
"Oh, I speak Dwarvish," and she looks down and kind of leans over the counter and speaks in Dwarf. She goes, "What are you saying?" She just kind of looks at you. Give me a bluff check.
Oh, wait, which one?
For Eider. You know what? I'll take a perform actually as well. Either one I'll take. Oh, 9, never. Oh. As you, she looks down at you and she kind of grimaces and looks over at you, Kaz, and goes, "I think your, companion's taken a few too many hits on the head, or he's drunk to an extreme extent."
I think he might have gotten hit on the hammer one too many times. I mean, he's a craftsman after all.
You know Snowbeard's Oh, that's why. I'm surprised his voice isn't higher pitched if his hammer got hit. She just kind of looks down at Eider with like the saddest look on her face.
I just do my best to look chastened and sad.
She looks back at Kez and goes, "Well, he's definitely not the guy. I mean, they wore the same armor, but I mean, he was this Eider fella I've heard is conniving and cunning and like manipulative and like nefarious. So, no, yeah, I figured I'd give you a heads up. If you bring him in without him knowing, though, I'll help you out. I'll tell you what. I only want 10,000 of the bounty. I'll take care of my mom's, whole situation, and then you can keep the rest. And it works out, right?"
You know what? I'll definitely keep a lookout, and I'll make sure that D'Artagnan here gives me any information. At least, if I can figure out how to communicate with him.
He seems to understand how you speak.
Yeah, it's just the getting it back.
Birds are bird.
I mean, maybe if you hit him in the hammer again, it might help.
Well,
I cross my legs and scoot away.
I think he's been through enough.
She shrugs as she sits back and kind of goes back to her sitting position as as I imagine, Sen's looking very impatient, waiting for it to continue his painting.
All right. Well, I'm gonna wait till. All right. Thank you for the bounty. We'll be back after I discuss with the rest of my party on which course of action we want to do next.
She nods and goes, if you come up with a party name, Sen had made it clear that you're not required to stay under his name. It's just, he said something about protection. She kind of looks over at Sen, kind of painting, who I imagine is sighing as she's moving, as the girl's moving again.
Yeah, he like motions for her to get back into place and just says bodyguard as he keeps working.
There is, as Kez, as you look over, is seeing Sen, and Eider, as you look over, you do see a painting of Kez. It looks like you in your full armor, from what you can tell.
Thank you. That's it's quite nice.
Little fellow requested it. As I'll just keep painting.
Kesnok shudders. All right. Well, let's go, D'Artagnan.
As you head down the stairs, the two of you, Utham, as we jump over to you and Dom, Zilpip, I assume, are you sticking with the two as they head to the academy, or are you heading off on your own? I'll give you a second. Nope, I've been PM something.
I hope you don't mind, Levitos, that I just gave you a name right there to go around as.
You know,
okay, we hadn't gotten one set up beforehand.
I
So.
really thought Eider would just say, I have no siblings or friends named Eider. Because it would have been true.
I'm surprised the gem didn't flash when you called him a name that wasn't his.
That's the question. Can the thing tell true names, or names at all? As Zilpip, I assume Zilpip's just kind of listening in, sitting off to the side as this is going on. As Utham and Dom, as you finally manage to get to the academy, seeing the large four-continent maps kind of basically set up as like large wrapping paintings around the pillars, showing like the resource, the well-known domesticated animals, the well-known apex monsters, as well as their territories, and then the city's map as well overall. For each of the continents, kind of just plastered so you can look at as you go up. You see the large cone basically going straight up of just a ring of balconies with what looks to be library books and bookshelves just for everywhere you can see. As you and Utham kind of, I assume, head up to what was Mayor Dan's Dean office. That takes you above the actual mountain, climbing the stairs all the way to the top. You three manage to finally come to the chamber above the mountain that just peeks out as a massive window with a little like copper and bronze like side dome set up. As a a large desk is kind of set up, and a couple of tables, some chairs off to the sides, a little smithing area that's been cooled for quite a while. A bed that looks like it hasn't been slept in days. As you look over, as the two of you kind of enter into, or the three of you enter into the room.
As Zilpip left,
my-
I'm gonna assume he just wandered off.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's probably then for his paintings.
What was that? What was up, Dom?
I was saying my Wi-Fi cut out, so I only caught the tail end of us entering a room. It sounded like.
That works. Yes, you are entering the dean's office at the very top of the academy.
Okay.
As Zilpip turns and just kind of heads back downstairs, leaving.
Oh.
What?
I thought you left. I didn't hear you come back. My apologies.
No, sorry, I just got back.
Zilpip steps out of the room, enters back in.
It was, we should probably talk first. Wait, hold on.
Wait, yes. It was a beautiful hallway.
I mean, there were a bunch of
Had
like
to
painting
double
maps
take
and
for
shit.
Yeah, as you look out the glass, the vast glass windows, there's no walls around this thing other than like the ceiling and the floor. It's all the rest of it is just basically glass with a couple of like copper rings or bars holding the glass in. Glass is quite thick, so it does kind of just cause a little bit of a almost the imagery of the outside to be kind of disrupted. Disproportionate. There's the word I was looking for.
Interesting.
But as you look out,
How
you
did
can see above the
temper this
clouds.
glass?
I have some skilled craftsmen who work on it. I more work in the logistics and design rather than actual crafting work.
For sure. Okay. Well, is this my office then?
I mean, we don't currently have a dean. You're welcome to stay here while you teach, I guess.
Ah, incredible.
Now,
I've always wanted to be a dean.
Dom, would you like to start with your medical, or would you like to start with the bounty?
I think bounty first, simply because that. I mean, I don't know what my teammates are up to in town, but I believe they're at somewhat of a risk.
Kaz is shuddering at any mention of Zilpip and whenever Zilpip mentions or thinks about himself or Kaz. That's
Yeah,
basically
it's
what
like-
you're missing.
Ugh.
It's just every few seconds he keeps getting this weird cold shiver down his back, and it's like, is the cold weather
God, it's
clothing not working anymore? Like, what
It's
happened?
just never enough layers.
Okay, bounty first.
But fire time, for fuck's sake.
I guess we can start with why the bounty's in place. First of all, your friend is not the only one with a bounty on his head. It seems to be split between two people. Cousins, as it were. Turns out Eider has a cousin who's just as related, or if you believe the rumors, less related. I'm unsure. Although I've met the man once, a little dwarf named James, little snowbeard, runs a merchant company. Turns out their uncle,
We've met
Owl,
allies of his.
their uncle ran afoul of a powerful pirate, one who rivals nations, who he had a large shipment worth billions of golds, or at least that's how the rumor goes, of cursed items he was going to uncurse and sell, and then the shipment got lost. No one really knows what happened to the shipment. And that's where the bounty started, I suppose.
The goods were lost or the goods were stolen?
No one knows. They just never made it to their destination. The ship never made it. Could have been attacked.
Who is the pirate?
Old Blackbone. Older than I am. Has died.
Dom's eyebrows kind of raised.
Has died many a times. Always comes back somehow.
I think my audio cut out for that.
You guys see Zilpip now has an aluminum foil hat on his head. And
God damn it.
he's marking on the walls of the office he just claimed. And he goes, Utham, have you heard of a place called the Bermuda Triangle?
The fuck is a Bermuda?
Is that
Triangle's
Bermuda
also in
is a sea
question.
monster.
sea monster? Not been to the ocean. Don't think I could offer help.
Most ocean creatures stay so far below the water no one ever sees them.
Yes, except the Bermuda. There is
On the hunt for treasure
theory
planet.
that there's this area in the shape of a triangle in the ocean that they call Bermuda's Triangle. And it belongs to a sea creature named Bermuda, and anything that flies or sails over it never is seen again.
I'm not familiar with a triangle in the ocean, but I once traveled to a desert in the shape of a triangle, and there was definitely some strange occurrences in there.
That ocean was... Wait. Oh. The
It was in
desert...
Dust.
Zilpip, it just starts scribbling on the wall.
No, it's all wrong!
And muttering in multiple languages that change every few words that neither of you could understand.
Dom, let's
That's even more concerning, because Utham speaks all languages. That's horrifying.
I think Dom would take a moment as this is happening, and Zilpip is distracted, to sort of lean over to Utham, and I can roleplay it out, but is going to explain basically his experience with Bardris and his belief that Bardris and, from what he's gathered, Zilpip are either extra-dimensional, from another plane, or are from a different time, or something to that nature, and like relay his accounts with like the book that isn't there but was, just so Utham's up to speed.
Hmm. Well, I knew somewhat about Bardris. He works here after all.
Oh, he was saying he was on the way here, which is part of why I helped give him a ride.
I don't think Utham's seen him today. I just got back to town.
I think he was heading towards the capital to speak with you personally.
Well, I'll be back in the capital in the next few days.
Bad timing, given what happened with the mayor, but probably for the best he's not here.
That's another thing. You all should be very careful. Well, he wasn't known for combat. The mayor was someone who could go blow for blow with me in combat. The fact that and
Are
no one
you skilled at combat?
I like to think so, at least.
Dom kind of gives you like a look. Gives Zilpip a bit of a look.
He was someone who could cast with the best of the world leaders.
Interesting.
He was... You've not found anything in regards to who could have killed him?
I mean, the only partial account we have is his old secretary, who's been not in the best state of mind. They were a cleric, and they were tied to the dragon in question. You can probably understand what that would do to somebody.
Can I...
Yep. What's up?
Can I pull a Dom classic? Or actually, I don't know if maybe this would be a
Are you gonna sense motive me?
No, not Utha.
Can I sense motive him?
What are you trying to say?
I'm recalling Zilpip a second ago saying he had slain a dragon, and Utha's now referring to the mayor as a dragon. So I think Dom's slowly like looking at Utha. Zilpip like appeared on the ship suddenly around the time, presumably when the mayor could have been dead, which was earlier today. You know, this and that. I think I don't know what you would need me to roll to kind of, because I don't want to like out of character bias this, but
with one bulging bloodshot red eye and one violet eye, and a tinfoil hat on.
Oh God!
Yeah, I'm like torn between the two people I respect most right now, and I'm like, oh.
As you're looking between them, Dome, as this is happening, you see, or you rather hear, as the door opens up and a female frost giant kind of opens the door, kind of walking in with the doorway, or into the doorway, letting and guiding up Kez as well as Eider as they come walking up the stairs. As the two of you kind of come up, seeing this beautiful view above the mountain, above the dark clouds, and seeing the sky itself, the sun slightly gleaming down on the sky, or into the room, giving a nice slight warmth to the room. As you come in, the gal kind of closes the door behind you as you walk into the room, seeing Zilpip scribbling on the wall as he has his copper foil hat on.
What's up with him?
Can I cast silence over Zilpip because I don't want to hear his crazy?
I resist.
This is his.
Stop resisting.
Stop resisting!
Billy clubs appear in all our hands.
His methods for his research. I
cast police brutality.
Shush.
I was concerned the first few months, but after working with him a while, this is sort of the process. He just needs to go through it.
Do you have a gibberish permit?
Anyway,
Yeah,
I
man.
don't believe
now that,
gibberish was against the laws.
now that all of you are... Wait, I look over them. Where's the green one?
Oh, he's not. He got knocked out.
Recovering.
Huh. Okay.
He's also with. He's with some important creature eggs. I believe he would want to have a look at and discuss later.
Is it the wormling eggs?
Dire goose.
No, well, yes,
Where's that bring gold?
some kind of goose creature.
They're just weaker. They're just weaker and worse than a white dragon wormling. I'm not interested.
Noted.
Anyway, now that the dwarf in question is here, young Eider, how's your bounty been?
Terrible. Can we get rid of this?
No.
Who set the bounty?
Famous pirate, Blackbone Og?
Where does he live?
Nowhere. He's a pirate. He wanders.
Where does he currently wander?
The skies.
He kind of shows up everywhere. He was seen in Greg's Land at one point. He's been near my land one, but that was over a year ago. He kind of just pops in and out everywhere.
Understood. Well, my betrothed, I have to commandeer your ship.
Huh?
Say what now? I need that.
I don't.
I look at Kez and I look at Zilpit. Please don't tell me this is
No, wait, hold on a second.
This is the one. Your Grace.
I look at Utham with a small tear coming down my eye.
I catch the tear in a vial.
I'm not a fucking princess! I'm not a fucking princess!
You will be soon, motherfucker!
I'm not a woman!
You will be soon, motherfucker!
No, I'm not!
If you have the title, you are one.
No, that's not how that works!
I want to paint this as Eider and Dom are standing on opposite sides of these two as Kez is yelling down at Zilpip, who is looking up with confidence, his hands on his hips, yelling this back, stomping his feet. Poor Utham sitting at the desk watching this.
While they're yelling, I hand Zilpip a giant-sized rolled-up document and just say, "Can you give that to the Frozen Brain Guild?"
Please.
It is.
Yeah,
well, it's exactly what you think it is, Zilpip. It's the paperwork for what you asked for.
Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me.
You gotta stop him. It's on you now.
No.
I sprint out of the room.
Question?
Yes, Eider.
I'd like to sunder an object from that.
Oh, yeah? You know, we don't get many of these requests.
No, because most Spellsmith don't have weapons, so Sunder hasn't been needed.
So as this is an opportunity attack, this is an attack of opportunity as he passes by you. This will also provoke one from him.
Oh no.
I just want to confirm something, because you don't know anything about Zilpip in character or out of character. Are you sure?
Well,
Are you sure about that?
to be fair, he doesn't look like he has a weapon, so if he doesn't have one, he can't take the attack of
I
opportunity.
want to put some level of common sense here. Utham is treating him like a somewhat equal right now.
He doesn't have a clear weapon other than his mask and his bandolier of potions.
Explosives. Oh no.
Well,
I can fucking punch you.
potions, yeah.
You can technically only punch me if you're proficient
I
and
will
unarmed.
say, out of character meta knowledge, it was described that the scrawny little guy did
He was.
like unweld metal earlier to
He
throw
did.
an ice grenade. So I just wanna throw that out there.
Yeah, but they didn't see that.
Was he
They didn't
appears?
see that.
I'm just saying, out of character. For being
Yeah,
kind
alright.
here.
Then as far as it goes, if you're going for it, Ida, that's fine. The Zilpip, you do get an attack of opportunity.
Well, he gets an attack of opportunity because it's a sunder.
Yeah.
Well, only if he's proficient and unarmed, but I don't know if that's the case. Because you don't provoke, you don't threaten if you're not proficient in unarmed strikes.
If you have improved feat, you don't incur attack of opportunity for making the attempt.
I
Just
don't
says,
have the.
yeah, it just says you provoke an opportunity attack from the target whose weapon or shield you are trying to sunder. It does not specify as far as the SRD I'm looking at.
No, I'm saying specifically you don't threaten squares with unarmed strikes unless you have improved unarmed strike or a feature that gives you like the
Yeah,
same
for
effect.
monks.
Got you.
Heard. Then I do not.
All right, let's see what you got.
All right.
I can't
well,
wait to break it, and
So
I'm just gonna mend
it's opposed attack rolls with the respective weapon, which in this case is
A piece of
What
paper.
a piece of paper that is technically just basically an unarmed strike from Zilpip.
Now, to be fair,
Unarmed
this is a
strike from
heavy.
Zilpip.
Yeah, so it's a D20 plus his strength.
It's a heavy piece of paper. To be
Yeah, his
fair,
strength
Say-
modifier.
technically, it's a
do you want
negative
me
4
to
if you're
say
not
paper?
Or do you
proficient.
want to say first?
He's just rolled it in the thing.
you rolled a
Oh,
six.
I rolled a 28.
Oh my god!
Oh. All right. As you turn to swing on the individual, yeah, because this
Well,
is
the
I
paper
wanna just,
specifically.
Like,
Yeah,
like
the-
as
the
I'm
paper.
running, I want to turn and like gently 1-inch punch him in the chest across the room.
As you go to smack at him, going to punch away his or his. You have a warhammer, correct? If I remember it, that you fight with.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have an axe that I fight
It's
with
an
at
axe,
the
that's
moment.
right. That's right. As you go to smack away his axe with your hand, Zilpip, managing to easily move it out of the way, as you're experienced fighting someone like Snicknesh. This is no Snicknesh. He doesn't know what a Snicknesh is, but you sure do. As you easily push the axe aside, this is nothing like that raging behemoth. As you manage to get the paper away from him,
A
as he
shiver
comes to a
runs
stop.
down Zilpip's spine.
At the thought of fighting a Snicknesh again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll just continue to sprint.
Okay. As you turn, kind of looking at him for a second after as this happens, and then start running again. You start running
I'll
down the
give him a
stairs.
little wink first, I guess.
The classic Zilpip wink. All right.
Yep.
As Zilpip goes running, Eider, you watch as he sprints off.
I look at Uther and I'm like, bro.
Utham sighs once he's gone.
He
Political games.
I'm not a woman.
I know.
How could I? What's the
he
princess
did make
deal?
it clear he was referring
That
to
was
you.
his request for what he was offering me. And I also didn't know he was talking about you in the first place.
You didn't ask?
Didn't really care. So we can have your
Yeah.
signet ring within the day.
I leave.
Oh, okay.
As Kez turns, kind of walking down the stairs, slamming the door shut behind him, he stomps off down the stairs all the way to the bottom of the academy, heading to the ship. If you want, Kez, give me a heal check in the background, because I assume at this point you're probably going to go check on Ned if he's still unconscious.
Yeah. Gotta do something. 29.
He's got a big hit on his head. He's probably going to be out for the week, for the next day or two, maybe, or he might come to in an hour.
All right.
But you
nonetheless, I'll
definitely
get him
tell
to a
him.
more. I'll get
Yeah.
him to his bed, his sleeping area. Just get him more comfortable.
All right, yeah, as you head down, kind of watching over him, making sure he's all right, making sure the eggs are taken care of and close by. We'll jump back over to Utham, kind of sitting with Dom still standing off to the side, Eider now on the other side.
Never seen that reaction to becoming royalty. Whatever. He'll be fine. Anyway, Eider, did you have any questions specifically about your bounty? I was just discussing it with Dom.
I just kind of lost in thought for a moment, shakes his head and says, actually had a couple of other things I wanted to talk to you about.
Yes?
Kind of mulls it over, thinks for a moment, kind of side eyes Dom, kind
Just
of cracks his
watching you.
kind of cracks his knuckles, stands up, and says, I think maybe a demonstration might be involved. You're a spellcaster, is that right?
I am.
Do you happen to have any spells at the moment that affect a person specifically?
Allow me to pull up Utham's spell list. I didn't know when I would need to use this. I have to also find where I put it.
Now's the time.
Is it?
Expect the unexpected, Utham.
Yeah. How exactly do you mean affect a person? Affect you entirely? Something you're carrying?
Me specifically.
It's gonna be awkward because I think most of my spell. Oh, that'll work. I'll cast Bull Strength on you. I was like, most of my spells are personal effects, but because I buff myself with them, but that works.
I kind of like nod, just like chuckle for a second, and then.
Yeah, you did the same thing at the world meeting.
Right. I did want to show you what it does, though. Do you happen to have a wall that is a little more robust, that you don't care if it gets damaged as much?
Not in the academy.
That's not that explosive, but...
And I don't think you want to climb all the way back down the academy for whatever you're going to show me.
Is there a window?
None that open. It's all glass around as like a kind of a circular like dome like design to allow you to see around. Although some of it is written on right now.
Oh, damn it. Dom, do you mind not standing perfectly still for just a moment?
Standing perfectly still.
Yep. This will hurt very minorly.
Can I, before this happens, because I typed it, can I check to see if Dom can understand like what is happening here? Because he knows he saw this before, and he knows Eider does something with some form of soul magic. So can I make an Arcana check to see if I understand like what is happening before I potentially get exploded?
Yeah, I'm done with it. Go ahead and give me a knowledge Arcana.
Hell yeah.
Ooh.
15 was almost a nat 20.
This form of magic is not something well studied and not really well known to the world yet, or at all.
Mm-hmm.
So the magic that, for the most part, you have seen Eider demonstrate doesn't really make sense because he seems like some sort of like battle wizard, as in like a battle smithing wizard.
Okay.
So you have a grasp of the general idea that he seems to be able to use his armor and boost himself somehow, but I mean, to you he looks like a wizard in heavy armor.
Okay. So
Tank wizard.
it's magic, don't know what kind. So I guess he glances at Utham, doesn't seem concerned with him there. We'll look back at Eider and he just remains still.
All right. I guess I can roll the attackers. You can just kind of wave it for narrative purposes. I don't want to fucking hit anything else.
I mean, if you're gonna hit Dom with a attack that could kill him, I will mention the thing.
It can't.
He might do instinctively.
Yeah, I was gonna say he can't kill you. Okay, you can. I think roll to hit to see if it hits them or if it just hits the window off to the side.
I was gonna say Dom's letting it hit him, so.
Yeah, but I think it also makes it more entertaining to see leave it up to chance.
Yeah, it's touch AC.
It's touch. So it's against Dom's touch. So it's just your 10 plus dex.
Oh, my touch AC.
It should be.
You said 10 plus dex.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 13.
Monk gets wisdom, but then they also get a -1 to touch because they're not medium. So.
Oh, that's fair. So it's wisdom. My apologies. So 10 plus
it's wisdom
modifier.
Oh,
it's wisdom and dex. Oh, it's both.
For monk specifically, it's wisdom and dex.
So what's your wisdom mod?
Oh, I add them both.
Yeah.
My wisdom's +3. My dex is +3.
So 16 -1, so 15.
I'll say, are you large or huge? Because you're 16 feet tall.
They're large.
I'm large, I believe.
Yeah, 15 AC for touch.
That meets, but and as this is player against player, I'm gonna say it hits.
Yeah, I am laying happen.
As the damage, now you roll max damage.
Well, it's up two
my
under.
gosh.
So it's kind of annoying because it gives you or you can reflex save for half of it.
Yeah, go ahead and roll for reflex.
DC
Well,
is 20.
This isn't
And
a
which spell are you using?
dex save, or is it?
No, it's reflex.
Hang on, check this out.
It's the spellfire,
No,
isn't
I'm
it?
just
Oh.
if
it's
you
just
make a
spellfire.
successful reflex save throw against an attack that normally deals half damage on a successful save, I do take no damage. I do have evasion.
Monk evasion.
Then you gotta get the roll reflex to
Or
get
if I
these.
succeed, I take no damage here. Just throw that out there.
Wait,
I
is
did
this
roll
my
pretty
spell?
high just now.
Is this Greg's spell you're launching back? God damn it.
It's part of it.
I got
It's only
a
2 spell
24.
24?
24, you succeed, taking no damage as basically you watch as the spell kind of explodes out as Eider kind of points. I'd assume pointing your finger over towards Dom and just shooting out the raw magic.
Yeah, it's like a beam of just pure like white light.
I think.
Mm-hmm. As it hits Dom, you watch as it hits Dom dead in the forehead, but Dom just stands there, taking the damage without bother.
Flavor-wise, you'd see almost like under the lip of his shirt, the glitter on the scales, and then some kind of like energy, almost like a brief shimmer, like oil on water, over him as he's unaffected, and then it dissipates quickly, like in a blink, and he's just standing there with a brow arched, like, was that supposed to do something?
Yeah, normally it does.
Seemed impressive. I look at it with him, see what his thoughts are.
I'm just analyzing the situation, like trying to figure out what that was.
I just like shrugs, pulls off like one of his gloves, and like points the finger at like his hand, and like shoots a small hole through it.
Like, can I roll?
Yeah, go ahead, give me another Arcana. I really thought the 4 was Utham. I was about to say, damn. Utham, so the understanding of magic in the world is that you have so much magic in your body through your veins, and you can basically increase that like a muscle. The more you use it, the thicker it gets, the more can flow through it, the more magic you can theoretically pump out as time goes on. Your body absorbs it as you breathe. It's just part of the air you breathe out and around. Now, with that being said, there's also a form called troll magic that's basically, as your understanding, is based on the individual's will. It's what they use for calorium. It's how they kind of have subjected that. Neither of these magics make any sense to what this individual just did as you look at him. He, from what you can tell, just shot out raw magic. There's no spell. There's no school. This is just flat, raw magic itself. You've never seen anything of this sort before. So you can't make any sense of it other than the fact that it just seems that's all you're able to get is that he is shooting raw magic out to get all together.
I shoot a like small hole through my hand and like hold it up to Utham, and then you watch as it like completely closes as I use a little bit more of it to heal myself.
Utham's immediate internal thought: I spent countless years learning medicine, and this man just okay.
This bitch.
This motherfucker.
As you kind of look over at him, as Eider heals himself, the magic again, as you watch, it just seems to be raw magic itself. Somehow he is using the magic from the air around him to basically create this, as that's the only thing that makes sense to you.
How peculiar. So, how do you do this?
Oh, I take the energy of spells that you use on me. I store it, and I can use it like that.
The part of me that's very not morally kind really wants to study you, but I feel like that's not fair.
You could study with consent, I'm sure. I assume that's part of why you've brought it up, Eider.
Well,
Perhaps you also want to understand this? And I kind of like tilt my head.
I just gotta nod, reach into my backpack, and pull out like the brick of death ore.
As you see, did you clean it off or did you leave the orange dust on it?
I imagine I cleaned it off
Okay,
to be able to like
I
identify it.
yeah, because I remember you chipped it off with your nail originally, like, and noticed it, and then you had originally covered it back up so that way the guy would notice what you were taking. But yeah, as you see this solid brick of blue lyrium, the same material that, as you know, Utham literally created a crater big enough to basically create a tunnel into the Underdark.
I was gonna say I gun backwards away from it, and my hands
Dom
on my.
will also back up upon seeing Utham do that.
I have 6 bombs on me.
There's a threat.
No.
This is a mugging.
Give me all your money.
Suddenly,
No,
Kez in the background, happy he left in this situation, not being around lyrium.
Wanted the opportunity to try and steady my abilities with, well, this. Considering the fact it isn't going off immediately, and I still have some of the spell energy that you get used on me, I have a great deal of questions, and I wonder if I might be able to use it somehow.
I'm not exactly an expert in death ore, especially. We have a mine here that we very much avoid. Kind of unfortunate to try and mine when every single person in your nation has a sorcerer bloodline.
Imagine that would be the case.
But if you're willing to trust me to go under, I suppose, into a sleep while I work in a lab, I'm more than willing to share what I learn, at least medically, and then we could go into proper testing.
If you feel the need. I don't know if it's necessarily a physiological thing.
Always have to start there. I have to prep the lab anyway.
Think it has something to do with these soul magic you briefly mentioned? I haven't had a chance to elaborate with you on that.
Aaron like pauses, tilts his head, and shakes it after a moment. Says, "No, I learned to do the soul magic after I found this power. One kind of led to the other."
Just a
In what way?
means to make the other easier.
How does your soul magic work? So I'll kind of just look at Eider.
Eider pulses some of his magic into this like kind of ghostly aura that's been mostly in the background because he hasn't been actively putting intention into it. But you see like overlaid on top of him like the outline of I guess y'all call them proto fiends at the moment. And it just like it becomes like a good deal more solid. And then switches it up and pushes it towards like these brilliant white robes that he's been wearing, that similarly become a little bit more intricate and grandiose as he does so.
It's actually similar to something I've seen, not quite, but if you want to learn more, the Knoll people do something kind of similar.
Do that.
There's a little less direct, taking the souls of the lost and empowering themselves.
I had to have a conversation with Kez about it. I was a little on the awkward side, but...
Yes. If Kez does not like souls, he's going to hate these people. They're literally ripping their souls out of the afterlife to gain power.
Oh. This is
Souls.
in no way shape like that.
Well, pieces of the soul, and the soul agrees to come back. It's a weird...
I suppose it's closer to that.
I have the feeling Kez is, from his upbringing religion, closed-minded to even good uses for consenting souls. I don't think we should not continue to have conversations, but I think when it comes to the two of us, we're at a bit of an impasse with him.
He's not going to see eye to eye with most clerics here, then. Most here worship the Greed, who use everything to their advantage. They're called the Greed for a reason.
My magic's a little more esoteric. It's not the souls necessarily of the living as much as it is just everything leaves behind a trace of itself, no matter how insignificant. Their thoughts, their feelings, hopes, dreams, it still exists even if they don't anymore.
Well, if you feel like looking into the Knowles thing, I believe your cousin has one that travels with him, stronger than most others that do the same abilities in their people.
You say even non-living creatures can have souls?
Yeah. I mean, the soul of an item exists.
Dom will look at Utham kind of with you would know, like that bit of a curious look in his eye. Do you think with my condition that those would also be part of it? I don't
No.
think we've bothered to see. No.
I doubt it. With the creature that cursed you, for lack of a better term.
Yes.
I also meant to lead into that. They've went missing. I'm very unsure where they are now.
I don't think I had a chance to talk, but he kind of glances at Eider and looks at you for a long minute, and then slowly continues speaking. One of the people tied to that thing showed up before we left the capital. I didn't engage much because it wasn't safe and I didn't want to blow any covers, but they were traveling with Jakix prior to the incident with the mana veins and all that. So it's a bad sign.
Yeah. I know they showed up. It's why I have this now. And as you look closer, you realize his beard's not a frost giant beard anymore. It's a snow dwarf beard. It's braided like a snow dwarf and everything. My beard just grows now because of the pact I made.
Well, that's well, good choice. I can recommend some oils for you if you like.
Yes, when you get tied to a as far as I know, snowbeard god.
We have one of those.
Kind of. Would you like to find out?
Something about that doesn't sound very good.
There are beings far beyond your understanding, if you're ever interested.
I just kind of shrug and say, I'll get there, probably.
Well, probably not. I only heard about them through coincidence. I don't think most people even know they exist.
Dom seems like kind of not in agreement. I wouldn't discuss this with anyone else, but you
I have a lot to
dealing
not
with
discuss
something similar, and you aren't in a good position to exactly double cross us with your bounty, so I think you could be privy to some of this, but this is important. Kez obviously could be informed if Kez could stomach to address the things with my condition and all that entails, but it's, I'd argue, more detrimental to the fate of the world than the necromancers are, even. And he kind of looks at Utham to see if Utham would disagree.
I'm unsure. The necromancer is such an unknown quantity with what they're doing.
I've some suspicion the two might be overlapping, but that's just a personal theory. The timing's convenient.
Well,
Hell, my cards are on the table.
either way, with the curse giver of sorts missing, I have nothing to study to currently fix your condition or even understand it. And since I don't know where he went, well, there's only so much I can do.
I figured you could just, more to ease Kez's mind than mine. Give me a check over, ensure things seem stable. Perhaps even talk to Kez and Ader if you need the reassurance that I'm not going to spread it or explode or turn mad or any other concerns. People either don't often understand when you explain the basics of this to them.
I can give you a full written checkup, but I don't think your friend's going to want to talk to me after the deal I just made with the small one.
That is true. I could deliver it. Kez is upset, but other than magic working on them, he doesn't seem unreasonable.
I mean, I didn't even get to explain that it was only an honorary position, but I don't imagine he's going to care much.
To be fair, I don't believe... I mean, I didn't see the paperwork you wrote, but I believe part of the deal was you agreeing to give him a position, not to betroth him to Zilpip. That's
no,
still
just
on
a position.
Zilpip to do, correct?
Only a position.
I feel he'll be less angry knowing that.
I wasn't going to do any betrothals with someone I was only technically adopting. That seems quite not wise.
Also, Zilpip is evil.
Yes, I know.
Hmm.
So are most of my people. So are most of my royal guards.
Okay, first of all,
Yes.
I could sense your alignment.
then you'd sense I was neutral. I don't know where you got evil from.
I got it from the DM.
No, the world depicts you as evil, even if your alignment states otherwise. Anyone who has a compass in this age would note you as evil, and that does mean that protection against evil does seemingly signal off of you.
The more you know.
The more you know.
Question, then. Because you also told me when, kind of we started this first stage campaign that alignment also depends how you kind of view yourself. And whether you feel the things you are doing are morally correct or not.
That is true.
Why Zebril is good aligned.
That is a fair point.
Because he thinks the things he's doing is good.
But I also will state that Zilpip does have items on him that does also give off his full evil aura. So regardless, no matter what, he would have gotten more evil than any other alignment off of you.
Well, fair enough. 100%.
But go ahead, boys. Sorry.
The offer from Zilpip was just too good for me to, for how little he was asking. I mean, it's basically just a formality that I offered in return. I don't think I could have gotten
nothing else. It kind of helps with an earlier concern with the party, which is when we turned down Greg's vassalage. We are now going to have someone officially recognized by you, and thus some degree of political weight.
Also, I'm not exactly spreading the word that Kez is a princess. It's in paperwork only. If Kez wants to introduce himself as a prince, that's up to them.
I don't plan to say anything. Dom kind of shrugs. Looks at Eider.
Eider just kind of seems troubled by the whole thing. It seems like he's keeping his peace, but it definitely doesn't like what's happened.
Sense motor.
No. Well, he did try to sunder the fucking document as it was leaving.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection.
Now then, is there anything you want me to do to try and protect you in a sense, young Eiter, or are you just going to hide your who you are from now on? I could claim you as one of mine, not of my kin, but of my people. It should help in some degree.
You know what, the hell with it? Why not?
You do keep...
Between this magic and the other magic, I've found myself on the run for a few many years at this point.
I'll go to shake Eider's hand, but when the hands get close, a mage hand that's actually Eider's size will shake his hand.
Just an extendo hand.
Yeah, exactly.
Go gadget magic hand.
It's-
Okay.
Definitely for the best. Aside from what you're wanted for, people keep mistaking you as a slave, which is highly inconvenient.
I would
Because Tom
don't
kind of
say.
recalls some of us traveling.
I would honestly recommend you have two options. I would either not use that ability of yours ever, unless you're sure you won't get caught, or I would make it look like you're using an item to do so, because there are items that do something similar.
Admittedly, the only reason I used it in the conference is Greg was going to enslave me.
I would have unenslaved you right afterwards. You would have been fine.
In all reference, I didn't know you for more than 5 minutes before that.
All that matters is you were with Dom.
Also didn't know that at the time. Like, these are wonderful things to know in process.
I suppose it more comes common sense. No world leader would have just let you get enslaved by someone right in front of them, especially if you were interesting. That's kind of a play at their... Well, a lot of them are arrogant for someone to do something like that right in front of them.
But most of them would just enslave me themselves.
Well, you would just leave during the infighting. I was going to start a brawl if I had the chance.
Would have loved to see that.
Yeah, if only the Protofiend leader had a little bit better aim and actually stabbed Yaki, I would have had a reason.
Did you get things sorted with the whole assassination thing they were talking about there? Anything uncovered, or?
The secretary's in too much of a harried state to question. I'll probably have to give them a few months to figure themselves out. And there's not really much evidence. He's just kind of gone.
I meant at the world meeting, they were discussing attempts against your life. No offense, I am concerned about what happened, but the mayor's life, I do not hold weight to. Yours, I would be a hard life to take, but I do care if yours is taken.
I made a deal with Greg on a short term to tell me exactly who was planning on my life and what was going on. He got two of them to back off for the time being. It seems like the Fiend leader, at least as far as I'm aware, was the ringleader, so I'll have to keep an eye on them. I kind of have the other two in a lockhold thanks to Greg, and they're forced to offer reparations.
Good. I'm kind of sneers a bit.
In the long run, I don't think I'm not ingratiating myself to my giant brethren. I can't imagine that'll help me in the long run.
One of them was conspiring against you, so...
Two of them were conspiring against me.
Does not surprise me.
The Storm Giant King hates me. The Fire Giants, the Crystal Giants are neutral. Endrick doesn't like me. Two of Endrick's sons want all of Endrick's family dead. The Giants are certainly something to try and keep together.
Dom kind of shrugs, like, passively. We keep your kingdom together. It's good enough in my book.
Yes, I should be fine, but I must prepare. I wouldn't be surprised if a giant civil war started soon.
Ugh. Dom kind of like makes a face.
I would probably avoid specifically Endrick's land for a while. Endrick's son, I believe it's Bun, is looking to kill everyone of his bloodline, which includes all of the Grunagas. He's made this very known to the world.
If the fire giants start fighting with the frost, I'm gonna have to figure something out for my skin.
Oh no.
Inconvenient to be grouped in with them.
Amazingly, Sunna is not Bun. Bun is the stone giant king, I believe, of sorts.
Sunna's not. caused any issues?
Well, he probably will with what I demanded. I may have demanded the only female clan leader to become my wife.
Tom kind of arches his brow at that.
Gruksta.
She makes these intriguing items that grow in strength as time passes.
Introduce me.
Well, if the deal's accepted, well, if not, you'll probably hear about a war in the coming months. But, you know. I mean, if you're in town when she's here, sure, why not?
I just flash with them a thumbs up.
Anyway, we can do a
Sounds
basic
kinda
medical
chuckly.
checkup right here. I have my basic tools on me, and I don't think you want to do a proper, in-depth surgery study.
Are you talking to Dom or Eider?
Dumb.
I would prefer we don't have company when the medical checkup is done. I'm sure you understand, Eider. I'm just...
What, you don't want me
Still
to see your
cautious.
insides turn into your outsides?
I would be more concerned about how that would affect you than me, but I just... I don't know how to say this without making me sound worse in your eyes, so I guess I'll just say it. I like my cards close to my chest, unless I believe I can show you them. You've already gotten most of them.
Young Eider, why don't you go explore the academy? I don't think you've truly had a chance yet.
I'll go attempt to not get kidnapped for 20 minutes.
You won't be.
Dom
You'll be fine.
begins stripping the outer layer of the winter clothes, where the like that big fur jacket.
Feel free to ask one of the giants in silver armor to escort you if you don't feel safe. As Eider leaves.
As Utter leaves, Kez, we're gonna jump over to you. While you are back at the base, are you doing anything besides watching over Ned and praying?
Yeah, nothing too much besides that.
Okay. Just kind of stewing and thinking about the situation, contemplating what to do and how to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Making sure. If you decide you want to do anything else, just ping me. Alright. As we jump back over then to Eider for the time being, as Kez continues at his prayer. Yes, go. Yes.
I would like is there any artisanal shops?
There are shops in the city, like magic item shops, like potion shops.
I'm looking to pick up some tools.
Tools. So the closest thing you would probably be looking at is the monster weapon shop known as Stirk. It's owned and ran by an individual you've already met, as you met them when you first entered town, as well as I believe Kez met them individually when he got his hammer commissioned. Proton, the one who made your hammer.
Oh, nice.
So as you kind of climb off deck, heading into the city, as you head off to the side roads, following them down, following the signs that depict, show, or kind of point in the direction, you find yourself on the outskirts of this large cave inside the mountain peak. Off to the outskirts of the town itself, you see the shop kind of set up a large pen set outside with a couple of what looks to be dragon-like creatures. A wooden shack kind of put together with mixed of a stone foundation. A couple of different skulls of different beasts hanging on the walls. A large anvil kind of sitting off to the side with what looks to be an open forge. A couple of medals sitting on the ground, as well as bits of monster pieces just kind of tossed all blood, guts, and all in a bucket. As you kind of come walking up, sitting on what looks to be a rocking chair, is the young Proton, as he sits there with his half-stone giant-like appearance, already kind of clear depiction with his grayish or brownish skin, his his dark hair, and his short stature. As he kind of looks up at you, sitting in his chair, kind of smiling as he smokes on a long wooden pipe.
Hello, good sir.
He nods and goes, "Kisnuk, right?"
Yes. Oh, and by the way, I gotta say, this hammer, and I pat it, it does marvels. Thank you.
He nods and goes, "Ah, dear, What can I do for you?
I am wondering if you happen to have any jeweler's tools.
Nods and goes. Said I should take care of you lot. I think I got my old set around here, if you don't mind some wear and tear.
I honestly prefer it that way.
He
I
nods.
had to sell mine before I came to the capital for the first time.
As he leans over, digging into a box, and looks up at you and goes, I understand that. When I got kicked out by my own family, I found myself all the way in Utham's land. I didn't have a penny to my name. Poor bastard gave me a house or and a roof over my head and a bunch of tools and said, get to work and prove that you're worth something. I came out with a shining hammer made of gloom parts. I had a job since. Although, to be fair, he put me in charge of his guard, which I think was a dumb decision. Those idiots weren't worth their salt, but maybe that was the benefit, as he kind of like picks out this heavy leather kit filled with different pieces of metal tools, and he kind of leans over and hands it to you and goes, I was on the house. You're doing me good service by keeping the tools up.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the generosity.
Hey, listen, while you're here, I don't usually recommend this, but Utham got a good deal with that Greg boy, the young dragon who thinks he's got the world at his feet. We got some interesting metals in here that I'm selling. I don't know what they do, but if you have an interest in them, I'd be willing to part with them for about, let's say, 1,000 gold pieces for for a couple bricks.
I'm pretty sure the crafter and my crew might look well upon these. Sure. How much you say again? 1,000 gold?
1,000 gold, and I got 5 bricks of it for you.
Well, thank you very much.
He hands them to you. One is blue, one is a greenish color. One is aqua. No, you don't have to remember this. Don't worry. One is slightly crimson, and then the last one is a little bit pinkish. The only thing I will note is each of them have the House of Closen emblem marked on each of the ingots. That do remember.
All right,
and
House
I will.
Of Closen on ingots.
I'll put Closen's name for you. There you go.
Thank you.
Yep. As he kind of hands these to you and smiles and goes, one of them exploded on me, I will warn, so make sure your smith is capable, but otherwise, stuff does great work. I'm kind of tempted to try and work with it into a weapon, but I got nothing to inspire me these days. All of our custom orders have kind of dried up, so I'm just making common good for the soldiers.
Well, that's very kind of you. Do you happen to have any, like, low-quality gems so I can just get back into practice?
Kind of digs about his pockets and goes, I've got a couple. And he sets about 4 yellow opals down and goes, it's like 100 gold pieces worth, probably. Sure.
Oh, take them.
He goes,
Thank you.
They're just scraps. I mean, they don't have enough, they're kind of ugly looking, and they weren't really good for any piece. If you can manage to make them into something, I'd be shocked, but good luck to it.
It's more so about getting my mind off things. I haven't worked with jewels in quite some time. I want to get back into the swing of things.
If you're looking for good gemstone mines, the Snowbeard lands, they've been unearthing a bunch of gemstones. There's a city that they said they found the gates to and haven't been able to figure out what it means or where it goes. But I've been hearing there are gemstones like no other sparkling all around it.
Thank you for the information. I hope you have a great rest of your day, sir.
He nods and goes, "Hey, guys, don't let anything get to you. That hammer there is gonna make you famous."
I sure hope it will. And, well, I guess if I do, so will you, huh?
Let's hope not, as he kind of leans back and rubs his stomach and goes, I like being lazy and not having to work. As he kind of kicks back and starts to close his eyes and starts snoring in his chair as he rocks himself back and forth.
Yeah, Kez will give a slight chuckle at that and make his way back to the ship.
All right. As you head back to the ship, we're going to jump over to Eider. As you head out, Eider, You see as Zilpip kind of seemingly standing right outside the door and right at the end of the hallway, kind of waiting for you to for anybody to come out. Kind of grabs your attention as he looks over at you.
Hello, young man.
Just kind of like give a slight nod.
I will say
Feeling a little
either.
tense between the.
Yeah. So looking at Zilpip, Zilpip doesn't have a hefty beard. Still, its dwarven logic is, long beard means old, because dwarves don't shave their beards. So him saying this I imagine, would give you a little pause for a moment, given the look of him. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Also, the martial altercation that just happened, not 5 minutes ago. Bit of an awkward meeting,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Now, I can't help but notice you seem to have a problem with me.
I don't have a problem with you necessarily. I have a problem with the way that you keep Kez, or that you treat Kez.
Why do you have a problem? I love Kez.
He's not an object,
Well,
and you treat
we're
him.
all objects. If we allow ourselves to be, isn't that the case?
No, that sounds like sophistry.
Maybe. I haven't heard of this though, so I'll choose to go with my own thoughts. I couldn't help but overhear you're having some troubles with your name being thrown around for quite a large sum of money.
I just kind of like knits his brows together and says, "Is this the part where you try to extort me?"
Damn! Alright, I respect it. Go ahead.
Extort you? Do you have anything to offer me?
Nope.
No, I wasn't planning on it. It is interesting how you use magic, though, and I would certainly love to study it sometime. Perhaps a trade. Does your name mean much to you?
Eder pauses for a moment and nods after like a significant silence and says, "It's the last thing I've got from my family. Well, the last things that I took from them."
That you took from them? Was this a spiteful action?
And it just kind of like gives a sad smile and says, "No, they don't tend to leave you much after they put them all to death."
Ah, of course. Well, unfortunate as it is that your name is something of worth to you, it seems to be dragging you down. And I've been known from time to time to take on the names of those who need it. And should you let me study your magic and see how it works, get a firm understanding, I would take your name on and make sure this little bounty won't be more than a minor inconvenience for you.
I'd have to trust you a great deal more than to let the power I don't even understand just go off by itself like that.
And perhaps once you understand it more, I could give a demonstration.
I just kind of like thinks.
I'm a reasonable man.
You just seem single-minded, I guess. Although you do reek of some kind of evil.
You know, that's what they tell me. I never really understood it.
I don't trust you, Zilpip.
You don't have to. And I'll summon a magical contract.
As you see a glowing contract kind of appear, a somewhat translucent quill kind of floating in the air, the terms seemingly as you speak them writing themselves.
I've got knowledge plans about how close is this to fiendish bullshit. Or rather, sorry, would you prefer me to roll it?
Yeah, I'd say roll it, but hey, that's a good point. Yeah, go ahead. That's what you can do.
17.
This is a magic that as you kind of watch, you've read enough books as a lesser noble. You're not someone who was necessarily always out in the smithy with, like many of your family would be, or off conquering countries and cities as they may wish to be. You spent a lot of time reading in your free time, and with that, you do recall that a magic similar to this is mentioned by the proto-fiends and the many noble houses being able to use this. These are pacts that they basically create that most often favor them in the end more than it favors the other person. However, these have been known to, at certain times, been the key difference in alliances for wars and diplomatic situations. So the option, and with that being known, these pacts would be known not to be able to be broken by either side once they are signed.
He like frowns for a moment. How legalese is Zilpip getting with these damn terms?
Well, it depends. If Zilpip does it based on his understanding, this is going to be a contract that will make Eider's head swim. Because Zilpip has knowledge all the way up to a modern era.
It's going to be long, and it's going to be complicated, but I'm not trying to hide anything in here.
Gotcha. It's just like windingly, like kind of convoluted, but it's not obfuscating anything.
Yeah. Just like the very exact and drawn out terms are, you give me your name for the extended period that this bounty still stands. And until then, you will be given a different, undisclosed, as we haven't found a new name for you, name. And then at the end of this indeterminate amount of time, you'll give me a proper demonstration of your magics. Should you be able to safely at the time, and I will get enough of a demonstration that I have a firm understanding of how it works.
Like frown, thinking over for a moment, and says, "I have one addendum.
Sure.
While in the possession of my name, you may commit no atrocities."
Ooh. That may be a large addition to the contract. What do you define as an atrocity?
Wholesale murder
Because many things that... Oh, sorry.
Wholesale murder of innocents, torture, sexual assault, violence for no reason.
Whoa! I'm not a bad guy. I'm not that bad.
How bad can I be?
Listen.
That is actually exactly Zilpip's song, I'm not gonna lie. That's a perfect representation. That is the best representation I've ever heard of a Zilpip.
How bad can I possibly be?
Like if you like Eider gets into the zone and starts like writing down all of the things he can think of that are atrocities on the fucking paper.
Okay.
Zilpip, I will
I'm
say,
gonna-
as he gives a list, this is something that would have made, like, the paladins of your time, like, a surprise. Like, the amount of detail that Eider goes into is surprising, like, what he lists off. There's literally,
Good
even your
God.
kamikazing thing is now off the list, according to this, because there might be innocent
We-
crew members on that ship.
We simply have to amend some of these things.
Literally, this
We- at
basically
least-
puts
at
it...
least we have to define what innocence is.
Because as you read it, it puts as if you don't literally
Fundamentally.
physically kill Og yourself personally after seeing him commit an atrocity, you can't kill him.
Fundamentally, no living being is, once it becomes sentient, can be considered innocent, in my opinion.
Right?
What-
but
what
I'm
do
the
you
one writing
define
down.
innocence as?
All right, 1 second. It's take like another 2 pages to write down.
I'm gonna make like subsections for subsections.
So by the end of this, you're looking at this like you're gonna have to monitor and watch these guys for at least a month before you can kill them.
How about this? A slight amendment that any who choose to attack somebody they believe is you, meaning they are attacking you for the reward of the bounty, is someone that is free from this innocence clause.
All right.
Is that fair?
However, if they're using non-lethal means, then non-lethal means must be used.
Good God.
Zilpip just staring up at the contract, looking back at you annoyed.
Would you use non-lethal means if they were trying to drag your ass in for a 2 billion gold bounty? Tell me you would use non-lethal means.
I'd do my best. But you're a great deal more powerful than me.
God. Oh.
You
don't know who you're trying to make a deal with.
You remember an individual that was like this at one point that you had to deal. Quite many individuals that you have partied up with, adventurers that you have seen die. Freya was one of a good example that was a fighter of the innocent, one who would protect them at all costs, and you just flash back to the death and hatred that individual had towards you for a moment as you're talking in this conversation.
Yes. Holy people hate me.
Well, if it's any consolation, I'm not actually holy.
Well,
But he still does hate you.
I can fucking tell. Nothing about this is holy. I know.
There's no holes in this fucking contract.
Okay.
This is a
I'm
block
going
of
to.
sharp cheddar.
Yeah, I wanna cut that clause out. The non-lethal thing. I believe if they're attacking me in any means, they've lost their innocence and are therefore able to be killed. They are no longer innocent.
Fine, but you can't goad them into it, nor can you try and cavalier your way around a cavort a way that you would be suspect to attack.
I object to this. That is specifically my plan.
Literally, can't cavalier, that's who he is.
I was
Hey, we'll give him-
going to go into the middle of a crowded city and shout that my name was Eider, whatever your last name is.
Then have a crowd of people attempt to try and kill you and immediately
Yes.
be able to do wholesale slaughter. No dice.
But they're bad people. They're pirates.
It sounds like you're just going into a crowded village square and trying to get away with that.
They're storm giants. They're the people who fucking
And you're not
pirate
quite a
and
dwarf.
sacrifice people. I'm what?
And you're not quite a dwarf. We're not just labeling people based off of whatever they may or may not be.
Well, honestly, I don't know how you know the word dwarf, but I do find that offensive.
Or snowboard. Well, snow dwarfs, right? Am I out of my
Oh,
mind?
he's not
Oh,
fighting
good.
you on the,
Okay. Snowbeard.
Yes, but as far as dwarf is a terminal term at this time, yeah, that would be accurate.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Dog, I thought
Snowbeard
people
is
didn't
the
know
name
that.
of the kingdom. They're called the Snowbeard Kingdom, but they're literally, they like dwarf is a generalized term for the species overall. It's kind of like calling a humanoid a human. It's again, you're speaking towards the species, not necessarily towards the individual, like goblin and such.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I find great offense to that. I am exactly what I say I am. Yes, certainly this will not do. Hmm.
Man, I can't fucking murder people? Fuck!
No, listen, it's not senseless murder. It is getting the bounty off your head. I am doing a generous thing here.
You are
In a
trying to get
very
paid in a one of a
brutal
kind
way.
commodity.
Bro's trying to get that
I am-
XP.
He is.
I'm not. Listen.
Also, this might be
That
his.
may be true.
This might be his workaround on what's kind of limiting him in this age right now. You literally might be his whole key to how he gets to his fucking high ass spells and scares the shit out of this world.
If you do not wish to sell me your name, because you are making this way more difficult than it has to be.
Well, I
That
do
is
have
fine.
access to one of a kind magic that's never been seen on this plane before.
Good God! Zilpik is bending over, panting at this point.
Merchants in the distance and academics just kind of looking down the hallway. Hands raised.
Like, this is a tough nut to crack.
I am trying to be so nice right now by
I'm being very
asking
nice.
and making a deal and being I'm being so cool. I'm being so fucking cool right now. And you're making it so hard for me. Tell me, why
If you're-
don't you want me to kill pirates?
You want the real
I
reason?
just want to kill a lot of pirates. And
You want the-
maybe some of their families. But their families are also pirates.
Really? Is that how you look at it?
Well, if they're pirates, then yes, they're pirates.
This
That's
feels
how I
more
look
like
at
a this feels like a philosophical debate more than a deal. That's what
Hey, I'm setting my terms.
Bro's a stalwart wall. This is
Yeah,
Stonewall
dog.
Jackson right here.
Zilpip, have you ever been hungry?
Have I ever been hungry? Yes.
Truly hungry. Not, I really
don't
would like
think
lunch.
You could comprehend the extent of the hunger I've felt in my life.
Just kind of like eye him up and down and say, so you can easily, or that easily, condemn somebody starving for trying to eat. Not everyone that chooses a life of crime.
are you good or evil if you steal a loaf of bread to feed your family? Listen. Stealing food to feed your family when you're starving is one thing, but raiding, pillaging, raping, and taking slaves is very different than stealing to feed your people.
Oh, on that I agree. But I don't believe for a moment you're going to sit and do the due diligence to find out whether that was the
It's
case.
like boom conditions. If the person does all of that, then you can take it.
Well, we can continue to hash this out. It does not feel like you want to sell me your name, which is fucking fine, I guess. I'll find some other way to learn about your magic. Actually, do you like money? I have a lot of it.
Dude, yeah, that whole like I like have a hunger thing. I understand all that thing. Probably just went out the window immediately. Nobleman mentality. Like, all right, that's something that didn't work. I'm gonna buy your ass. Let's go. We tried the nice way. How much you gonna cost me? Let me get my checkbook.
How about 2 billion gold?
Dog! That's what I just offered. I just offered you 2 billion gold
The talks in circles
of
are
a
incredible.
bounty that you wouldn't have to repay.
Oh no, I want the actual
I
gold
just-
sum.
Oh my god. Zil, there's
Jesus
gotta be a
Christ.
point that you just quit.
Ader,
There's
my
not
cousin,
gonna
my
be-
friend.
No, let
You
him
are
let him
bartering more
run.
than
He
me.
doesn't know. Let him run.
Ider, you are a frustrating man to know. I would like to read his mind.
Okay.
I
Not again.
What do you?
I want to know if there's any fucking way he'd
You're deep diving.
for a price that
Roll safe,
that
please.
Zilpip sees as manageable.
Bro's gonna like look at his mind and see the little like saint.
Any way he'd sell.
Good question. What kind of effect is
Yeah.
this, my friend?
Detect thoughts.
I believe so. Let me check my spell list.
Oh, I got some bad news for you, my friend.
No way.
Oh yeah, he just expunged spell slots too. Which that's a second level spell. He's just gonna eat it. As you cast a second
You
level
eat
spell,
my
detect
spell?
thoughts, you watch as literally you feel the magic go off. You feel it surround him, and then it just vanishes into him. Literally nothing seems to happen as you stare. Yeah.
That's cool. Do that again.
All right. Hey, Zilpip, what's your touch AC?
Bad. Probably. Let me check.
It's 10 plus dex, and you're small,
Yeah.
so you get an extra plus 1.
Cool. So it's a 12.
Oh god.
That's a 14 to hit. Alright.
All right, roll a reflex save. The DC's only 20.
Reflex save. Also bad. 15.
It's not as bad as normal. That's fair.
So if you have fire resistance, it only applies to half. The other half is pure magic damage that doesn't give a fuck about any of your resistances.
So 6 fire, and then basically 7 with no resistance.
Cool. Yeah, you see no wounds on Zilpip's body.
Here, I returned your magic.
What'd you say?
Said, here you go. Have your magic back.
Thank you.
You asked me to do it again.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Kez is just minding his own business on the ship
I'm
while
making
there's
my
a
fucking
wizard battle going on in the academy right
spells.
outside the king of the country's office.
Listen,
And,
my
you
mind is
can-
out of whack.
Right?
You can take that again, huh?
What part of no kerfuffles was it? What?
I wasn't given the lecture.
The receptionist sitting only like on the middle of the little bridge just at the center, just watching this, is not looking to get involved in the current situation as magic is flying already.
Dope. Yeah. You can take something like that again, huh?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
All right. I'll use Bigby's slapping hand at him.
That's just mean. Let me see. Isn't that's third level, I believe?
Second.
Second? Alright,
Can
I
you
assume
absorb that?
that is
Oh.
evocation force for reference for school.
Yeah, eat it.
Second level as once again you watch as the hand appears going to smack at Eider, and as if it was goes to make contact, it turns and disappears, and as the light almost vanishes upon contact into Eider.
Can I roll to start to comprehend this kind of magic?
Oh yeah, give me an intelligence check.
Dope.
You gonna roll low again with a 48?
Wasn't a 48. It was a 42.
As you look at him, there's no magic that you recall that makes any sense in the world that you've ever seen that works like this. The closest thing that you can think of is some gods that were able to absorb magic outright. That one cloak that could absorb spells and then shoot them back out once it glue. But beyond that, nothing else seems to do. You've never seen magic of this sort, but you start to get the idea that whatever you throw at him, he pretty much will absorb, regardless of how strong the magic is.
Regardless. Fully regardless?
From your current understanding, it is regardless. I will again state though, you are in an academy, a city of Uthams,
Yes.
in the center
Yes.
with all of his smart people.
100%. Zolpip doesn't care. His eyes go feral, and he goes, "Hit me again!"
No, I leave.
I throw another spell at him.
Alright, what are you throwing at him?
Now I'll detect thoughts on him.
Another second level spell.
I let him.
Alright, you get, so you do get base presence thoughts. Give me a will save for the second part.
See what the fuck is my will save again? It is. Yeah. So I got a 22.
22. What's your, is that lower than your spell DC?
No.
Okay.
Or, I mean, yes. Yeah, it's
It is?
lower than...
Okay.
Sorry.
I was about to say, like, damn, wow.
No, yeah, I misunderstood what you said.
Alright. As you begin to delve into the thoughts, I will mention, let's see. I'm just double checking something, because I believe Detect Thoughts only works the surface thoughts in 3.5.
Correct.
Yep, that is right. So, what are your current surface thoughts, Eider, besides Zopip is scary?
Well, it's actually like, I'm not giving this buffoon the chance to study this shit for free. I'm going home.
All right. As you hear this in his thoughts, Zopip, you watch as the individual starts to kind of storm off across the bridge and heads towards the stairs to head down. The receptionist kind of looking at Eider as he walks by and looking over at you, and then kind of stands up and goes, Mr. Dean Zopip, if you don't mind, can you quietly sit by the office? The king, Regan Utham has requested that you patiently wait, as he can hear everything that's going on. And it's, as he stated, quite distracting.
I patiently wait outside my office.
Well, he is the Regan.
My newly acquired, brilliantly scribbled in office.
If you'd like, we have the royal accommodations you can try out. There's a full bar as well as a buffet of the finest chefs we have in the city.
Sounds incredible, and I'll walk past her and back to my office.
Oh, okay.
I'll knock twice on the door and open it up.
Alright, we'll come back to that later. As Eider begins his... I assume, Eider, are you heading back towards the
Airship?
Airship, yeah. Or are you wanting to stop by any place in town?
No, I'm still a wanted man.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm still going to the airship. I have some fun news to tell Kaz. Maybe it'll help lift his spirits just a tiny bit.
Yeah, as you head back to the airship, finally getting to there, after it takes you, I mean, you kind of start jogging. Given the situation, you're not trying to get our attention, but you're also not trying to be alone out in the streets for too long. As you keep a good fast pace, kind of mixing in jogging every time there's no one around, and then kind of slowing down as people walk around, to make it look like you're not trying to run away from people, but you're trying to get to where you're going here. As you finally get to the airship, climbing aboard, you see, I imagine, Kez kind of sitting at the top, in the top deck, kind of relaxing at the table as he, I assume, is writing his prayer, or his daily prayers, and like coming up with new ones to plan out for the days to come.
Actually, right now, Kesinok is going through his newly acquired jeweler's tool bag.
Perfect. As you kind of start looking at a couple of the opals, inspecting though low quality, kind of messing around with them and seeing how the tools work to make sure they'll cut and move and they set right, as well as make sure they shape as well. As you see Eider kind of opening the door and popping his head in as he comes down.
Welcome back, Eider. Have you fulfilled your business in the city?
Yes, I had a run-in, and figured it would be better to come back. And I think you might have a little bit of joy from hearing about it.
All right, shoot.
So, Zilpip wanted to study some of the magic I can do.
Mm-hmm.
Fortunately, he wanted me to sign a contract.
Yeah.
Let's just say it's cathartic to see him flustered.
So I suppose you didn't give him what he wanted then.
No. I'm sorry, I missed the papers on the way out.
Hey, no big deal. Honestly, my anger doesn't come from me being named a princess. Although it does irk me. It feels like it's betrayal to my deceased father, being named as a child of another. It doesn't sit right with me.
I can understand that.
Well, no use in crying over spilled milk, I guess. I recently bought this this jeweler's kit. Back back before I was all this, I used to travel around the Fire Giant lands as a jeweler with my father. Of course, those times are long over, and I had to sell my kit before I came over to the capital for the first time, before this whole journey started. I thought I'd pick it up again. It always eased my mind.
I just kind of nods. It's what I always use to clear my own thoughts. Not jewelry, but just making some with your hands.
We agree in that aspect, Ader.
If you'd like, I actually have some tools of my own. That might be a bit small, but when you're working with jewelry, that sounds like a bit of an improvement. If you have anything that you're missing that out of your kit, feel free to borrow from mine.
Yes, that would be great. I will let you know if I do anything.
Actually, hold on. I've got something for you when I was picking this up, and I'll pull out the house closing ingots that I purchased.
Now they do matter, damn it. I'll write this while you hand them over.
Yeah. So when I was picking up this kit, I was offered these strange metals, and I thought you would get a kick out of it. Be careful. The man I bought them from did say that one exploded on him when he was working on it, so be mindful.
Might be more of death ore.
I hope you find use for them.
Oh, yeah, it is more death ore.
These are all 1 pound ingots, by the way, for your own note.
Gotcha.
As you kind of hand this to him, and as you're kind of hearing this, you hear a knock on the sub. At the same time as Utham hears a knock at his door, the door opens almost simultaneously to both of you as a woman kind of pokes her head in, Kez, and repeats the same message that Utham, Zilpip, and
I'm not done yet.
give me a second, Dom would hear, and goes, "Is there a Kesnok of House Hera? We've been confirmed that your rights to princesshood have been refused due to your clan rights. You cannot take the name of Regan Utham due to a declaration from Regan Sunna, as well as a declaration of potential war if this is changed." As she kind of hands a document to you, and that is where we're going to close the scene for tonight. We thank you all for watching. We hope you
war it
enjoy,
is then.
and we will see you next time.